What's going on, everybody, and welcome to my Sekiro gameplay walkthrough. So this is gonna be a new playthrough. This is not live commentary, this is recorded commentary, and as you can see, I already beat the game on my first playthrough. So I got the memories of Owl, of the Demon of Hatred, of Salt Saint Ishin. So we're gonna be starting a new game, and I'm just gonna give my thoughts, overall impressions of the game. So yeah. So I'm gonna do a full, complete gameplay playthrough. So we're gonna start a playthrough number 2. So yeah, let's do it. Okay then. So yeah, gonna do as many mini bosses as I can. Like I said, a lot of thoughts, a lot of impressions of the game that I have. So I don't know if I should talk during cutscenes or not, but there are not many cutscenes during the game, so there's that. 狼の忍びはすべてを失っていた。育ての義父も守るべき主も。Obviously, playing it again, it's really funny to see Emma throwing the letter to Sekiro. If you played the game for the first time, you obviously didn't know who she was. And during this stage in my first playthrough, the enemies were somehow slow. Obviously, the game told you multiple times to deflect. So this is Sekiro with both of his arms. What's gonna happen to him, we're gonna see in a few minutes. So yeah. Reminder again, this is not live commentary. I'm just commentating on this footage. This is me playing the game. So we're actually going to be here in a few hours later in the game, and you're going to encounter a very annoying mini boss, but we're going to be talking about this in a few hours. So we're here at the beginning of the game in Ashina Reservoir, I think it's called, and as of right now you're supposed to be stealthy because you don't have a sword. So they're obviously talking about us. So this is actually pretty easy, the stealth part. The experience is also vastly different if you play this for the first time, or if you play this for the second or third time on a different playthrough. Alright, so we made it. So there's Kuro, and he's reading a book.
よく来てくれた。久しいな、狼よ。
お迎えに参上いたしました。我が主。
At first, when I was playing this and watching this cutscene, I was like, what the hell is going on? Obviously, there's a lot of backstory to it, but, you know, as you progress and play the game, you realize what the story is.
主従の約定に従い、命を落とし、我に仕えよ。
御意。
Okay then, so... Kusabi Maru is a sword, is a generic weapon that you're gonna have for the whole game. This is actually a little critique of mine, that in the whole game, obviously besides the mortal blade, there's only one sword. You have prosthetics, but we're gonna see in a few moments. And sometimes when I was fighting boss battles, Sekiro's sword seems a little short compared to other enemies with their weapons, spears, so on and so forth.
堀沿いに進んだ橋の下に場外への抜け穴がある。一心様よりそう聞いたことがある。まずは
Obviously, in my first playthrough, I was like, what the hell is Kuro talking about? Who is Ishin? And are we in Ashina Castle? So, kind of funny when you play this for the second time. So he's obviously asking about the charm. We're gonna keep the charm. So, I think if you give him the charm, and you don't deflect enemies' attacks, but you block them, you take damage, so it makes the game a little bit harder. But since this is a new game, plus playthrough number 2, as you can see, we have all our skills. We have 10 gold seeds, the maximum amount that you can have in the game. And we have a lot of pellets, so... And you also... I think the maximum amount of spirit emblems is 20. So, yeah. So, right now, obviously with my current attack power and knowing exactly when to deflect, these enemies are a joke. But in the first playthrough, some enemies were kind of hesitant. You had to learn when to deflect at the right moment. But yeah, he managed to get a hit on me, and as you can see, didn't do much damage. So yeah, they're pretty hesitant to attack you. And I told myself, alright, let's be a little bit on the offense and let's get rid of these guys. Leader Shigenuru Yamochi is going to be the first mini-boss. And like the other enemies, he's pretty hesitant, so I used to Shadow Rush on him, you know, just to get it a little bit quickly over with. and his posture bar, it feels pretty fast. So obviously this is like a tutorial, you know, to get you into the game. And he managed to break my posture, which I was surprised. Nonetheless, I used the Shadow Rush, and it filled almost all of his posture. So yeah, the Shadow Rush is extremely OP if you know how to use it. So this area in the game, this leads to Ashina Castle, obviously. And this bridge also leads to, I think, a different area. Alrighty then, so we're gonna go to the secret passage. And we're gonna be facing a certain enemy in a few moments, or a few seconds.
Okamiをよく見つけてくれた。さあ、参ろう。
御意。
血の定めから逃れることしかできぬとはな。
久しいな、巫女よ。叔父上の墓前以来か。
源一郎殿。私はすまぬ。
お任せを。
邪魔立てするか、巫女の忍びを。
Okay then, so Jinichiro Ashina is the first boss in the game. And obviously in your first playthrough, the chance that you're gonna actually finish him is very unlikely because you only have one gold seed. So you're gonna be facing Jinichiro in Ashina Castle and at the end of the game. At first it seems like he doesn't have any weakness, but there's nothing he can do against the Shadow Rush. This seems to be an opening. I wouldn't say a weakness because you still have to hit him. So in your first playthrough, you didn't have the Mikiri counter, you didn't have Spirit Emblems or you know, multiple gold seeds. And compared to Ashina Castle, here in this stage he seems to be not as much aggressive and he doesn't spam his bow. But yeah, Shadow Rush is the way to go if you want to get rid of him quickly. there's nothing he can do against it. And he's also pretty hesitant to attack. This boss battle is optional, like you don't have to defeat him. You can quickly die to him and a cutscene will trigger. So that's the first stage. Gonna be the second stage. And as you can see, I'm spamming Shadow Rush. And he managed to grab me here. I thought it was a Mikiri counter, a thrust attack, but it was a grab attack. But I'm not worried. I have a lot of gold seeds and, you know, I have Shadow Rush on my side. You can also engage with him aggressively, but you have to deflect a lot of his attacks. So Shadow Rush seems to be doing a lot of damage. So when he's in an attack animation and you use Shadow Rush, he can still hit you, but other than that, there's, you know, nothing he can do against Shadow Rush. So if you have Spirit Emblems and you use Shadow Rush, after successfully using the thrust attack, you will jump in the air, and then you can attack your enemy multiple times in the air, which is pretty cool. So he's just following me, and I keep taking my distance, still using Shadow Rush. It is possible to defeat him in the first playthrough, but you have to be perfect with the deflects, and you also have to be a little bit aggressive and not get hit, because you only have one gold seed, so there's that. But other than that, you know, if you play the game for the second time, Genichiro seems like a joke. So one more hit and he's gone. I'm actually waiting to use the Mikiri counter, but I actually gave him a few chances. And I said, alright, that's enough, let's finish him off. And that's the end of Genichiro Ashina for now. So, doesn't matter if you beat him or not, he will still chop off your arm, and so the result is always the same. That's pretty ironic coming from him, if you know what's gonna happen later in the game with Genichiro. And when was Kuro knocked out? That also confused me. I mean, he was still at our side. And isn't he immortal? Like, why is he sleeping? Was he knocked out? You know?
覚めたようじゃな。どうやらまだ死の定めではないと見える。
Okay, so you got your prosthetic tool because Jinichiro chopped off your arm. And the sculptor is a extremely interesting character, especially later in the game. If you give him sake, he's gonna tell you a little bit of his backstory. So yeah, he upgrades your prosthetic tool, and he also gives you new tools if you found the right equipment. I obviously have most of the prosthetic tools. I think I have all of them and most of the upgrades. So the area where we are is, I think it's called the Depleted Temple. And during the end of the game, I asked myself, why is this temple isolated from the rest of the game? You know, and why? I think there are 4 NPCs living here. The sculptor, Emma, the guy, I think his name is called Hannibal, where you can train with him, and the trader, the merchant. So there's Emma. She's also a very interesting character. And if you found gold seeds, you can give them to her and she will give you gold healing items, gold seeds. I obviously done all of that in my first playthrough. So, yeah. So yeah, you can actually give him a drink and he will tell you information that are pretty interesting. So my attack power is at 14, vitality 20, I have all prayer beads, and I have at least 600 spirit emblems. This is my second playthrough. So yeah. So let's start with the game. The jumping mechanics in this game are also pretty interesting. Sometimes it's pretty cool to jump from one area to another. So the sculpture idols, if you communicate or commute with them, the enemies will be resetted, so they will all respawn back. So I obviously know the way and know which enemies to kill. This was a death blow from the air. Obviously in my first playthrough I tried to kill everybody, but then after a few hours I told myself, this is pretty, I don't have to kill everybody, because if I rest at the idol, they will all be respawned. So right now, my top priority is to commute with every idol, so I can travel whenever I need to. So we're gonna be facing off to our first mini-boss. He has a pretty long name, but you can get a death blow on him from behind or from the air. He's a pretty huge enemy, so he has a lot of reach. There he is. I tried to get a death blow from the air, but it didn't work. nonetheless. His moveset is pretty limited. I used the Shadow Rush a few times to do decent damage. He also has an unblockable attack, and he's probably the first enemy that can recover his posture. So you can run away and wait until he's done with his combo and hit him a few times. Obviously the Shadow Rush makes a lot of things easier. General Namuri Kabi something. Sorry if I don't have the knowledge of the name or misspelled that, but no damage, pretty easy. Obviously in your first playthrough you might die to him a few times, but it should be pretty easy. Right now, I don't even know why I'm killing these enemies. I can easily ignore them and go to the lady to get the bell from her. You need that bell to enter a whole new area. So here's a merchant where you can purchase the firecrackers. So you will need those for multiple boss battles. They're pretty unique and pretty cool. But I already have them, so let's proceed with the game. So there are a bunch of enemies here, but I'm not worried about them. Like I said, my top priority was to commute with the sculpture idol. There's the next sculpture idol. And you're going to be facing the first non-optional boss. You need to defeat him in order to progress. And here's also a merchant. You can purchase information from him. I think for 50 or 100 sen, not much. I obviously know the entire game, so I don't need to purchase information. So let's commute with the sculpture idol. Let's rest, and we're going to be facing the chained ogre, which is a pretty interesting and unique boss. First of all, we have to kill these guys. Pretty easy. So in my first playthrough, I didn't know that there was another guy there with a spear, and he was pretty annoying. So let's kill him quickly. The chained ogre. I'm sure a lot of people that played this game died to him on their first run, but go near the sculpture idol and to de-aggro him. The Chained Ogre is a pretty unique boss battle. Your biggest advantage is he's pretty weak to fire. He's also weak to firecrackers. You can stun him with that and do a lot of damage. Every hit is a guaranteed hit with the Chained Ogre. He can't block. He has a grab attack that is extremely annoying and it's really fast, so you need to watch out for that and you need to be aggressive with him. So my first playthrough, I obviously didn't know that you can death blow him from behind. So I'm waiting to de-aggro him. Obviously have to leave the area or go far away. So he's going back and I de-aggroed him. I equipped an Alco Sugar and the Flame Vent, so I'm gonna death blow him from behind. And you need to be relentless. I don't think I was. So use the Flame Vent on him to stun him. His grab attack, like I said, pretty annoying. Look at the damage. And he throws you off the cliff. Luckily I have the grapple hook. So I thought to myself, let's use the Phantom Kunai to do as much damage as possible. So we did a decent amount of damage and he still grabbed me. That grab is pretty fast. I think it's the fastest out of all mini bosses. So obviously as of right now I'm pretty sloppy. I tried to use a combat skill, but I realized I didn't have any spirit emblems. So just be aggressive. And he grabbed me again. In my first playthrough I was very cautious, very careful. So my second playthrough, not so much, because I have many healing items, I have many prosthetic tools, many combat skills. But he does a pretty insane amount of damage. So that's crazy, but alright, so I think it took me like 4 or 5 times in my first playthrough because I was pretty greedy and pretty aggressive. So there's gonna be another mini boss here. Which you can actually ignore. So I commit with the sculpture idol and we're gonna proceed with the game. Alright, I think I took a break here when I stopped and started recording again. So in this area you're gonna be encountering the Great Serpent for the first time. In my first playthrough I didn't really know what to do, but you don't have to be careful, you can just rush towards the, you know, just rush forward, and I obviously know what to do, so that's pretty easy. but this is a great introduction to the serpent. And that looks awesome. Really brutal, so get the hell out of the cave. Obviously that's not the end of the Great Serpent. So here, don't rush too fast, because he's gonna bite you. Wait 1 or 2 seconds before you proceed. And get the hell out of the cave. Pretty easy. Pretty easy so far. So yeah, I have most prosthetic tools. I mostly only use the umbrella, the shuriken, and the firecrackers. They're extremely useful against most boss battles. So there's a Gashin sugar here, which makes you harder to detect from enemies. So let's proceed. You don't have to kill that enemy, by the way. It's just optional. There is another enemy down. You can get a death blow from the air. So we're gonna be facing Kyobi Okinawa, or Oniwa. He's the first major boss in the game. He's pretty unique because he's on a horse. You have a main advantage in this boss battle is every hit is a guaranteed hit. Even though he has a spear, he cannot block your attacks. The firecrackers, they work against the horse to stun him. And you can use the grapple hook to reach him and do lots of damage. You can also block or deflect most of his attacks. He has one unblockable attack where he puts the spear into the ground and he tries to launch an attack, but that's pretty easy to avoid. So yeah. Obviously, since he's a huge enemy, his attacks are pretty predictable. And in this run, I was pretty sloppy. So when he's not charging at you, prepare to use the grapple hook and attack him. Be relentless. So again, he is running away from me, so be prepared to use the grapple hook. Remember, every hit is a guaranteed hit, so you need to be aggressive with him. He can't block, so that's your main advantage. While you can block most of his attacks. Sometimes when he's in an animation, the firecrackers do not work. The music is pretty cool in this boss battle. So yeah, he put this spear into the ground and tried to do an unblockable attack. If you stun him with the firecrackers in the second phase, he is going to recover faster than the first phase, so be careful about that. use the grapple hook, use the firecrackers, and Kyuubi should be a piece of cake. I actually felt very sorry for his horse, but really felt happy in my first playthrough when I defeated him. So you got your first memory. It increases your attack power. Be sure to use it. Alright. So this is actually a side quest, which you can optionally do. So this guy is the one who gives us the name Sekiro, and he gives you a side content. You have to kill rats. You have to kill these small enemies. You can use the axe, the prosthetic tool, to immediately kill them. So if you go above in your first playthrough, I think you will either find a prayer bead or a gold seed. I'm not sure. So since this is my second playthrough, I get a Jesus statue, which can restore I think if you die, you can restore and you can die again. So I already forgot his name, god damn it. Tengu something. So later, if you are in Ashina Castle, you will meet him again, probably. So let's kill these rats, and we also have a memory, so we can increase our attack power. So let's open the gate and let's kill these rats for Tengu, or whatever his name is. So he can give us, I think, he gives you an item and you can unlock multiple combat art skills, so that's pretty useful. So you need the axe. I'm using the Last Elite axe, which is pretty OP at this stage of the game. And you have to use it once and you can immediately death blow the enemy. So do that with the axe. You can also get a stealth kill, so should be pretty easy. So he gave you the Ashina text, like I said, which unlocks several combat skills. So let's proceed with the game. So you can ignore these enemies. There's gonna be a bunch of enemies here. There's also gonna be 2 big guys here. You don't need to kill them, you can ignore them. It's best to kill that spear guy, because he's gonna follow you to the next area. Alright, so you're gonna be facing against a mini boss. First of all, kill that guy pretty quickly. So you're gonna be facing off against the blazing bull. The biggest obstacle in this fight is obviously the camera, since this is a closed arena. And so your biggest advantage is every hit is a guaranteed hit. And in my first playthrough, I didn't know that you can block several of his attacks. You still take fire damage, obviously, if you block. But you can also deflect his attack to stun him and get a few good hits. So his biggest weakness is obviously the firecrackers, which stun him and you can do a decent amount of damage. But if he hits you, he does a lot of damage. If you locked on to the blazing bull, Sekiro only hits his head and you're gonna become an easy target. You can also follow him and hit him from the back, which is pretty a good way to go. But it's not that easy to chase him from behind, because you still have to reach him. Use the firecrackers, hit him 3 or 4 times. That's the best way to go. So if he's in an attack animation, sometimes the firecrackers do not work. So after a while, the blazing bull gets more and more aggressive, obviously. Keep chasing him, keep attacking him once or twice. Sometimes you can stun him to get extra hits. So yeah, like I said, the biggest obstacle is definitely the camera. It's a little bit shaky in this boss battle. This is actually also a pretty fun boss battle. I also have a tendency not to block against enemies that don't have a sword, don't have a spear. I didn't even know in my first playthrough that you can block a lot of his attacks. So he's pretty angry, but he runs on a wall. And that's the end of the blazing bull. So 2 enemies are going to be opening the gate. You can easily kill them. It's not that hard. I tried to use the Mikiri counter on the spear guy to immediately kill him. This guy is pretty easy. And we made it under 1 hour into Ashina Castle. Obviously with all the cutscenes and killing most enemies. So, gonna be exploring a little bit here in Ashina Castle to get the other sculpture idols. So if you listen to their conversation and kill them, you get the gatehouse key, and then you can get the spear prosthetic tool from a house nearby. I think it belonged to the first boss, Gyobi. So, gonna ignore these guys and go straight to the sculpture idol. There's also a merchant here. So let's rest. And he also sells a dragon mask, but that's another topic for another moment. Other than that, keep exploring before advancing in Ashina Castle to get the other sculpture idols. There are multiple areas that you can go to when you approach Ashina Castle. A lot of enemies here that do a lot of damage if you get hit. They also have a lot of range, which is pretty annoying. So be careful here, there's gonna be an enemy flying towards you. Just block that attack and proceed. So an enemy hit me while I was in the air. That was pretty annoying. So rest here and make your way up to the tower to Ashina Castle. There's gonna be a lot of enemies here. There's gonna be a gold seed here. If this is your first playthrough, I think we're gonna get a divine grass, which is pretty useful. There's also an enemy here which you can farm for experience points. You will always respawn here if you rest at the sculpture idol. Okay then. So I'm gonna kill that guy and that lady. I think you can kill her with one hit. So I messed that up and realized, alright, I can easily ignore them and, you know, proceed to the next stage. So I obviously know where the sculpture idol is, so this is pretty easy for me. So we're gonna be facing against a pretty interesting mini boss. Always make sure to buy spirit emblems, they're pretty useful. So I'm gonna be using the umbrella to, I think he is called Ashina Elite, yup, Jinsuke Sase. So blocking his attack with the umbrella, and I'm gonna use the projected force skill to do a lot of faster damage. As you can see, pretty easy. So the umbrella already does a lot of faster damage, plus the projected force, only had to use it twice. And my first playthrough, I died to him like 3 or 4 times because he was extremely aggressive and he did a lot of damage. He obviously had to deflect his attack to do faster damage. So this was the information about the lightning reverse attack. So let's rest again, get our gold seeds back, our spirit emblems, and we're gonna be heading to the top of the Ashina castle to face the same enemy from the beginning who chopped our arm off. Jinishiro Ashina.
一心様は命を保っておられるのが不思議なほどです。
そうか。巫女よ、もう一度言う。不死のちぎりを俺と結べ。
できませぬ、源一郎殿。たとえひとたび敗れるとも、命を賭し、主を必ず取り戻す。それが我が忍びなれば。
お迎えに参上いたしました。今しばらくお待ちくだされ。
なるほどな。貴様を殺しきらぬ限り、流印を我が手にはできぬよ。
Okay, so Jinishiro is your first task, first real challenge in the game. He's aggressive, he has a lot of defense, a lot of HP, he has a lot of range with his bow. He blocks a lot of your attacks. He doesn't seem to have any weakness, but like the beginning, you can use the Shadow Rush for an opening. There's not much you can do against it. Whenever you try to heal, he will use a bow attack. You can easily dodge that, or block that, or deflect that. Up to you. That was a thrust attack that you could have Mikiri counter it. I didn't do that. if you perfectly deflect his attack, there is a rhythm where you can keep engaged. Keep getting engaged with him, so you can fill his posture pretty quickly. But his ranged bow attacks are pretty annoying. So yeah, I'm keep using the Shadow Rush to get it over with quickly. So make sure to lower your posture by holding the block button. So my first playthrough I died to him a few times because I was too greedy and I didn't have the Shadow Rush ability, so I had to perfectly deflect and to be careful with his bow attack. But other than that, he doesn't have a weakness, so he's your first real main challenge in the game. So yeah, like I said, whenever you heal, he's gonna charge up his bow and does a long range attack. So the second phase is pretty similar, no changes. I kept using the Shadow Rush to quickly eliminate him. You can also use a red sugar or the divine confetti to do additional damage, but I have the Shadow Rush on my side, so don't need to use any other items. So that's the end of Shinichiro. Seemingly, in your first playthrough, you will think that's the end, but unfortunately that's not the end. He's gonna transform.
見事だ、巫女の忍びよ。惜しいな。主を変えるつもりはないか。
ざれ言。
ざれ言だと。このアシナを守るためならば、どのような異端の力であれ、従えてみせる。巴の神が見せてやろう。
Okay, so Jinichiro, Lightning of Tome or whatever, he's always gonna start with a thrust attack. Mikiri counter that. So in this phase, do the lightning reverse. When he jumps up, do not immediately jump with him, wait at least 1 second. So after 1 second, jump up and press the attack button to do the lightning reverse, to do a lot of damage and a lot of posture. Wait a second, jump up, do the lightning reverse. In this phase he is much more aggressive, but he doesn't block and you can do a lot of damage to him. But yeah, he's much more aggressive, but a little bit more sloppy. Wait a second, jump up, do the lightning reverse, attack him multiple times to deplete his health or his posture bar. And that's the end of Junichiro for now. Pretty cool boss battle, I have to say. Pretty challenging in your first playthrough, but pretty cool. Alrighty then, so if you made it so far, pretty good accomplishment. You get a lot of XP.
あなたが勝ったのですね。
お主。
争うつもりはありません。巫女の忍びよ。源一郎殿、もしや落ち水を。
アシナは、この国は俺のすべてだ。そのためなら俺は人間をやめよう。
死人帰りか。
Okay, so after you defeated Jinichiro Ashina, there are two enemies that you will need to defeat, so you can come back to Ashina Castle. The first one is the Corrupted Monk. I think he's at the Miwo village, and the other one is the Guardian Ape. I would advise or recommend to get the Corrupted Monk first, because if you defeat him you get the breathing technique. And also, if you beat the Guardian Ape first, you have to fight him again later. So prepare to do a lot of dialogue with Emma and with Kuro after you defeat Jinichiro Ashina. So this part of the game is where you learn a lot of the backstory, a lot of the information about the characters. If you open this window, you can go straight to Ishin Ashina to have a dialogue with him. Be sure to eavesdrop so you can get a certain dialogue.
お迎えに
うむ
前足の
王ががその
はい
また時がが不死人は王が
父を鉄できもみこそ
そにある
み
英語をは
So keep talking to him until he gives you. I think he's gonna go to the books, and
私にこの子
そう
next to him there is a gatehouse key that you need in order to progress. So rest at the idol. You know. Back and forth, talk with Emma, talk with Kuro. If they repeat their lines, you obviously talk to them enough, so you can progress with the story or with the game.
してこの城に私は
戦不死
おおあのお方の狼一心様はただ少し
はい
屋根を忍び
よ
ああこちらの
So yeah, like I said, make your way to Ishin Ashina. You encountered him after you defeated Gyubi, but he was wearing a mask, and he was the one who gave you the name Sekiro.
みこそ伺う先ほ
He's a pretty funny and pretty interesting character. So talk with him to learn more about the
みこそ
Severance, Immortal Severance, and about the Divine Heir.
不死
You can also give him a drink to have additional dialogue. He will tell you a few things about his past, so yeah.
不死だそして関わ前いくつ請求
So after you talked with Ishin, Emma will join Kuro in the same room and talk to them a few times. Rest at the idol before you progress with the story. I think I said this a few minutes ago. So Kuro will be, I think he will be researching or reading the books. And next to him there is a gatehouse key that you will need in order to advance.
聞いた共に不死
そう
今までの
私はいつでも起こす主として死体はあなたの体は返事あれば
わかっ
では
戻りまし
いし
はい不死そうせ
なる
行
私どうやら見つけた
手が
花
花
まずは
これは
竹このそのどうや
みな
らあのた
そう
しはやことまと
みこそ
すまんせっかく持ってきてくれたが城下にそのエマ殿の狼を鈴を
わかりましたあれでら
なあそなた
はいなそ
ただどうして
あ
階段
恐る
エマ殿それ
主に尋ね、
はい。
城の裏手の
床桜の子たける様が、
妻、
はい。春にです枯れてし
な
枝花をこ海星の力流位海幾間海ではたける様がこそ葉をこざでは
Okay, so like I said, you have multiple options. Underwater, under the bridge, there's a headless. It's optional, you don't need to fight him. If you eavesdrop on the conversation that the two enemies have on the bridge, you will get a key from them, I think. So, you can ignore the enemies on the bridge if you're playing New Game Plus or playing a new playthrough, because you already have all the prosthetic tools. There's an idol here, be sure to use it, and look who it is. I think its name is Tengu, but we all know that's Ishin Ashina. It's pretty fast. Sometimes the loading times in this game are pretty long, sometimes they're pretty short. So I have the game installed on an SSID, so on an external hard drive. But yeah, it's a slippery slope. So we're back at Ashina Castle. So most things in the game I think involves this area pretty much, Ashina Castle. You have multiple ways to, go to different areas. There's a merchant coming by and an idol. I don't think I think I commuted already with it. So yeah, we get, after defeating Jinichiro Ashina, or even before defeating Jinichiro Ashina, you actually can go to the abandoned dungeon. There's an interesting NPC here, but I'm not gonna talk to him, since I already did it in my first playthrough. We can pretty much ignore all the enemies here. Make sure to rest here. I think we're gonna make our way to the temple, so first of all let me take care of these enemies. So we're gonna make our way to the Senpu Temple, and you know, you're gonna be encountering monks. If you know your way to the idols, you don't have to kill them. So I made sure to equip the puppeteer ninjutsu because it involves the Great Serpent, but we're gonna talk about that later. So I'm gonna ignore the monks. Because I already know my way. Be sure to pick up a few items, I think. Point cursors. They can use sugars, didn't know that. That's pretty cool. A lot of sugars in this area. There's a pretty old monk that is praying. I think he will get a gold seed here. I already got it, so I got it to buying grass. So we're gonna make our way to the Senpu Temple, to that bridge. You don't have to fight these enemies if you know the way. In your first playthrough, you will probably think, alright, gonna clear out the area, gonna get a lot of XP, but in the second, third, fourth playthrough you don't need to kill them all. So these short dudes, they're pretty annoying, and they have a tendency to poison you and hit you from the back. And I died, but that's okay. So right now we're gonna be facing against a boss called the Armed Warrior. He's a pretty unique enemy. You can take away his health, so you have to push him off the bridge. And I don't know if he does the most damage out of all boss battle, but he's definitely up there with Ishin and Owl. So if he hits you, it's pretty annoying because you can't, you don't do any damage to him. So you have to fill up his posture. The axe is pretty useful against him, does a lot of posture damage. You can also use the firecrackers to stun him and get a few hits. But yeah, he is extremely slow, and his attacks are pretty predictable, but when he hits you, he does a lot of damage. Yeah, he takes at least 50% of my health with one single hit, mostly. I was pretty sloppy here, just rushing through. And wanting to make sure that he's near the cliff so I can push him off the bridge. You can deflect all of his attacks. I think he also does a thrust attack. Here I failed to push him off the bridge, so I have to fill up his posture again and push him off the bridge. That's okay. So Watch out, I fell off the bridge because I'm an idiot. Watch out for his posture. And make sure he is, in a spot where you can push him off the bridge. You can easily bait him into a different spot. Look at this, he did like 70% damage, which is insane. So bait him and attack him from behind. Yeah, push him off the bridge. Very simple. And that's the end of the armed warrior. So we're gonna make our way to the temple. If you know your way to the temple, you don't have to kill any enemy. There's gonna be a mini boss here nearby, the centipede giraffe, but you don't have to kill it. That's up to you. Okay, so this is gonna be the first puzzle boss battle. I speed up a little things here because it took me a while. So you have to kill 4 monkeys, folding screen monkeys. So one monkey has hearing problems. He can see well, but he can't hear. He has hearing problems. The other monkey is invincible. You have to open the door. It's pretty fun boss battle because the chance of you dying here is extremely slim. So this is actually one of the boss battles that I enjoyed. Took me a while to figure it out, but it is what it is. I actually died here because of terror, because I wasn't, careful. So, yeah. You don't even have to kill these monkeys. You can actually run away from them and kill the main monkeys, the fold-in screen monkeys. You can actually use a sugar here called Gashin sugar, which can make you harder to detect. I didn't, so it took me a while. So at the end, I used the Gashin sugar to make myself harder to detect, to kill the final monkey. That's the end of the Golden Scream monkeys. I think this boss battle is pretty funny, pretty suitable, so you can figure it out yourself how to, get through. You also get a memory, so you can increase your attack power. And you will get a special weapon called the Mortal Blade.
Nani故
不思議
抜け抜くそれ
抜こ
あなたは
あ
何
せ不思
なる竜つみこ
そう
めぐ私なまた他の不死なそみこ私お手を
の
ほう
So, this divine air gives you rice, and rice is probably one of the best healing items.
みこの塩
It constantly heals you for a long time, so that's pretty neat and pretty cool for a boss battle. The Mortal Blade or the Mortal Jaw combat skill is extremely OP if you know how to use it. With the sugar, it can take 10-20% of a boss health bar, so the empowered or the advanced Mortal Draw is even more OP, but it consumes a lot of spirit emblems, so you have to conserve that. But other than that, the Mortal Blade is a pretty cool, unique weapon.
「タケル様が故郷へその絵花子」では
エマ殿に
おう
すです
そう
で何
失も先
ギョ
狼
不思議
そう
はいせん
落ち
せそう
いつ待て
はいおギョお主と
はい
お主とく
ま
あ
従順狼殿竜害を治すますはしでは
戦況に至るそうそこに一心様がどういった忍びの
狼殿では
So this is pretty optional after you obtain the mortal blade to talk with Emma, Kuro and Ishin. It's up to you. You can also proceed to the Meeple village or to the Guardian Ape. You know, I took my sweet time and talked with the NPC characters.
狼殿。では。
So there's a sculpture idol here. I think this is the old grave. It's a pretty important area later for Emma for a different ending of the game. There's also a merchant here, which sells you the umbrella prosthetic. There he is. So he sells a red sugar, which halves your HP but gives you a great damage boost. And he also sells divine confetti. Pretty ironic that he wants to go to the Senpu temple. We were just there obtaining the mortal blade. So we're going to be traveling back to Ashina Castle to go a different route or a different path. So yeah, I mean, Ashina Castle is pretty big and you can easily get lost there because there are so many, paths, so many, routes to different areas of the game. So be sure to open this door and jump down, and you will have access to another sculpture idol. So you're going to be facing against a non-optional mini-boss. And in my first playthrough, he's probably the most annoying boss, simply because of the camera. And I didn't know that you could deathblow him from the air. You know, and he was the first, I think, boss that you could talk to. If you have the gatehouse key, you can enter this room to get the spear prosthetic tool from Kiyobi. So yeah, the lone swordsman, I think he's called that. So yeah, Lone Shadow Long Swordsman, probably one of the most annoying boss battles. But if you play on a new playthrough, you can easily deathblow him from the air. Or you can use one of your unique prosthetic tools. So be sure to talk to him only once, not twice. After you talk to him once, get the hell out of the area. Or out of the cave or hole. You can get a death blow from the air. So you can use a red sugar. You can use the motor blade, since I already got it. So, you know, at this stage, I pretty have a high attack power. So, you're gonna see how fast I'm gonna kill him. So that's one health bar. And the motor blade will take care of the rest. And that's the end. But in my first playthrough, extremely annoying because of the shaky camera and the closed, you know, area. Pretty annoying, but we got rid of him. So that's pretty cool. So we are at the abandoned dungeon. I think there is a Shichimin warrior down where you can, if you defeat him, you're gonna get a Tanto. If you sacrifice half of your HP, you get 5 additional spirit emblems, which is extremely useful against boss battles. So we're gonna go to the Mibu village, talk to the old lady, and jump down in order to proceed to the next area. So this is going to be the poison pool. You're going to be facing against another non-optional mini boss. I think his name is Snake Eyes something. I think it's a woman even. And she has a grab attack that has a lot of reach, and when she grabs you, she's going to shoot you. Ashina Depths, I think this is called Poison Pool. So there's a guy here, and he can spot you pretty quickly, so make sure to get rid of him. You don't have to worry about these guys. So to my right there is the mini boss. Make sure to stealth kill a death blow. Snake Eyes Shirahaki. Keep your distance, or you can lure him into here, so you don't have to worry about the other enemies. You can use a divine confetti, you can use a sugar. I used the motor blade. He does decent. She does. I think it's a she. She does decent damage, but her grab attack is pretty annoying. So I blocked that attack but still took damage. And she killed me. I was very surprised by that, but that's okay. So you have to be relentless with her. So I was, fooling around with the Phantom Kunai. And there we go. There is a grab attack. Does a lot of damage. I jumped away from it. And still, she did a lot of damage. So at this point, I'm gonna use the Motor Blade. Even if she blocks, it still does decent damage to her. So that's a good thing for us. One more hit and she's down. You can also use the Shadow Rush or other combat skills. If you don't chase or don't go to the Corrupted Monk first, if you go to the Guardian Ape first, you have to come back here and you're gonna be facing the Guardian Ape again with another mini Guardian Ape, I think. So make sure to go to the Corrupted Monk first. I think there's a prayer beat here if this is your first playthrough. So right here there are gonna be two Guardian Apes, I think a brown one and a headless if you already beat him. But we're gonna go to the Corrupted Monk first. So there is a fog or mist in this village and you have to remove it by killing a certain boss. In my first playthrough I got stuck here for a few minutes, didn't know where to go. I was obviously, picking up items, killing the ghost enemies. Yeah. So you have to go through here. There's gonna be a mini boss here, a drunkard Tokuchiro, the gluten with monkeys. You can ignore him. You can obviously come back here and kill him for a prayer beat. So I already did that, so I don't have to kill him now. I can easily ignore him and proceed with the game. So from here you have to grapple hook to the tree and then from here you have to kill the mini boss that is playing the flute. This is probably the easiest boss. The Mist Noble. You take a lot of his HP and it's so easy. So by killing him, you actually remove the mist and you can proceed to the Mibo village to go to the Corrupted Monk. There are a lot of items here in this area, especially sugars, so if this is your first playthrough, take your time, kill the enemies if you want to get experience points, to get coins. If this is your second playthrough, you obviously know the way. There's going to be a sculpture idol here nearby. And down under, there's going to be a pink or a a ninja from the ministry, a shinobi. You can easily kill him from behind to get a lot of experience points. So this is the Amiibo village. We're gonna go straight to the corrupted monk. There is a gold seed here if this is your first playthrough, I think in the middle of the tree. So I picked up a divine grass. It's also very easy to get stuck here, and the enemies have a lot of reach, so be careful about that. Other than that, this area is, you know, it's nighttime and it's pretty cool. So next up there's an optional mini-boss, Orin. She's very unique, and for a mini-boss that is optional, she has, you know, dialogue, and she's pretty unique. Before the patch, I think you could get one death blow from behind. So I attacked her from behind with the motor blade. So if you run away from her, she's mostly gonna do one combo, and after that you can easily attack her once or twice. If you engage with her in a sword fight, she does a long combo, and after that she's gonna do an unblockable attack. So you have to jump on her head to do a lot of posture damage, but I'm running away from her, attack her once or twice, you know, to do decent damage. So she's obsessed with Lord Sakusa. She can also make herself invincible when she's in an attack animation. But yeah, this just shows you how pretty much OP and pretty easy to handle the motor blade. You don't have to kill her, you don't have to even talk to her, you can just run straight to the bridge, but you know, she's just a unique character in the game. She does a lot of damage with a few hits, and you know, she doesn't put much force into her attacks. The most optional item here is obviously the Divine Confetti. It does a lot of damage, but you know, I didn't use it. So she's mostly gonna, you know, charge her attack. She's gonna attack you once or twice, and then you can run away from her, attack her once, and repeat the process. So yeah, the cool thing about the Motor Blade, I already said this, even if she blocks, you still do posture damage, and you take, you know, you do decent amount of damage. So one more hit and she's done. That's the end of Orin. So I'm gonna rest up and go straight to the Corrupted Monk, which is a very unique enemy. I think it's a she. So yeah, I'm definitely sure the Corrupted Monk is a she. So I'm preparing for the Corrupted Monk, you know, thinking what sugar, what items I should be using. So you're definitely gonna need a red sugar, divine confetti, and a fistful of ash. The prosthetic tool, I will recommend using the firecrackers. Any of them will do. And there is a pattern. You can stun him with the firecrackers, attack him once or twice, then you can stun him with the Fistful of Ash, attack him once or twice, repeat the process. You can also use at least 3 snap seeds to take like 10% of his health. So in my first playthrough I didn't really know what to do, and he's a huge boss. He has a lot of reach, and if he hits you once or twice he does a lot of damage. So I used the red sugar, used the divine confetti, and gonna equip my snap seeds. So spam those firecrackers, attack him once or twice. He managed to attack me once, so I'm gonna use the Fistful of Ash. I already missed once. Attack him once or twice if you're confident. Fistful of Ash, attack him once or twice. Same pattern with the firecrackers. Make sure to at least use 1 divine confetti. So yeah, it's pretty hard to run away from him since this is a very closed area and he managed to, hit me. I think he's gonna kill me even because I'm not very careful. I'm pretty much greedy. So I used my firecrackers. So I'm gonna use the divine confetti again, and shortly gonna use the snap seeds. He has a lot of reach, and he killed me here, but that's okay. Yeah, he has a lot of reach and he does a lot of damage, and he can easily break your posture. So I'm gonna use the snap seeds in a moment to take 20-30% off his health. The mortal draw works here, but he pretty much ignores it and attacks you relentlessly. So use the snap seed 3 times and should be easy enough. It's okay to die to him a few times, but cool boss battle. If you defeat the corrupted monk, you're gonna get, I think, a lotus flower or sakura flower that you need. So yeah, that was the end of the corrupted monk. So after you defeated the corrupted monk, you have to go to the Guardian Ape, which is a pretty cool and fun boss battle. So I think I'm gonna go back to Ashina Castle and talk with Emma and Kuro a little bit before proceeding to the Guardian Ape.
狼殿、狼ほんの眉間の死。 苦労様の不死立ち。狼と御身苦労様。では。
おお、新たな手がかりを石じゃ。
石
これを
これは
水面後期どうすんもし
この
おお
家具そ
こそれ
岩と
まあ
家具黒
家具さあ私新た
それ
竜
黒です。
あだが何かひとまさて
エマ
確かに私我がエマドそこに一心様がどういった忍び
お主
はい
み
何
戦不死尊
そう確かです
不死
はいこっち
タケルさん
はい不死流
これミコ
はい
So by talking to Emma and talking to Kuro, you learn more about the story of Sekiro, and you learn more about the Immortal Severance ending. So, yeah.
お伝え不思議りならば
ああミコさん
はい狼とほんのミクロスでは
狼
はい
どうじゃった
不思議り
不思議
はい不死作法
うん戦況に至るための効果そこに一心様どういった忍び
旦那だったら忍びなら
So, after defeating Junichiro, I think this merchant or trader will always come here, and you can buy from him unlimited divine confettis and certain items that he will always have. So, this sculpture is sick or ill. I think you need a blood sample from the old lady that gave you the bell charm at the beginning of the game. So, if you die, you lose half of your experience and half of your money, and there is a high chance that people are gonna get sick of dragon root or dragon rot, whatever it's called. If you have a certain item, you can actually heal those that are, sick with dragon root. So you have to get the blood sample from the lady. So bring the sample to Emma, and I think you're gonna need to wait a few minutes, and you also need to travel to another area and to rest before Emma will tell you what to do and tell you, about the dragon root and how to heal it and other things that are pretty important to the game mechanics. So if you are pretty far into the game, sometimes Emma switches places between the depleted temple and Kuro's room in Ashina Castle. So make sure to check always in the depleted temple and in Ashina Castle where she is. You know, she's very important if you have gold seeds, or if there is a character that is sick of dragon root. So give her the blood sample, and you need to wait a little bit. You also get the recovery charm, so you can do the dragon root restoration with the dragon's blood droplet to heal all those that are inflicted with dragon root. So obviously in your first playthrough you're gonna die a lot, so there's not much you can do, but in your second or third playthrough you can easily avoid getting killed. So, you know, there's always good news and bad news. So I have most prosthetic tool upgrades, need only a few more. So we're gonna go to the Hirata estate. We could have done this earlier, but I prefer to do it mid-game. So you have a pretty decent attack power. And this is probably one of the most interesting areas in the game because you are reliving a memory. So obviously if you dive underwater you will find treasure carps that you will need to trade with a carp merchant if you want the dragon mask, where you can exchange 5 skill points for 1 attack power. If you missed treasure carp, you can also come back here and the fish will respawn. I think I speed up my video. So you can buy a divine grass from him, you can buy the red gold from him to heal you of fire damage or burn status, so that's pretty cool. So we're gonna make our way. You can kill every dog in the game with 1 shuriken, so I didn't know that my first playthrough. So I obviously know the way, so I can ignore most enemies, but there are a lot of items here that are pretty useful. I think here there is a prosthetic tool item. So if an enemy has a shield, you can easily break it with the axe and kill him immediately. So there is a spear guy mini boss here. He's extremely annoying. He has a lot of reach and you need to Mikiri counter him. Shinobi Hunter Ishin of Mizen. Probably misspelled that, but in my first playthrough I died to him a few times, you know, because I didn't have the Mikiri counter. And he did a lot of damage with 1 hit. So make sure to kill the enemies nearby to have it pretty easy. Alright, so make sure to heal, make sure to be prepared. You can get a death blow on him if he is de-aggroed, so make sure to run away. So at a certain distance he won't follow you. So he's the aggroed, and we're gonna go back. And unfortunately, we didn't get the death blow. But you can stay on this bridge and you can bait him into attacks. But yeah, like I said, he does a lot of damage and he has a lot of reach. So try to get that Mikiri counter. If you get the Mikiri counter, you will do a lot of posture damage to him. But if you don't get the Mikiri counter, he does a lot of damage, 50-70% of your HP. So I'm waiting for him to use the thrust attack so I can use the Mikiri counter. And he got me. So I was spamming the Mikiri counter and it didn't work. So we got the Mikiri counter. That's one death blow. We need to get another one. If you're confident, you can dodge to the right or dodge to the left and hit him a few times. That wasn't a thrust attack, it was an unblockable attack. So one more Mikiri counter and hitting him a few times should get the job done. And we got him. In your first playthrough, you know, the Shinobi Hunter can be a very annoying boss battle, but you know, it's a boss where you're supposed to learn the Mikiri counter. Make sure to grab the items, they are pretty useful, and commit with the sculpture idol. I think you need a key for the last stage of the game. You're gonna have to talk to a certain individual, and after you finish the whole dialogue with Emma, she will give you another bell charm, and you're gonna have to come back to Hirata Estate, but we're gonna talk about that later. So if you know the way, you can pretty much ignore everybody. So go to that closed fire location, fire area, where everything is burning. So you're gonna have to talk to the owl, your adoptive mentor, your adoptive father, and he's gonna give you the key that you will need for the last boss in this Hirata Estate stage. So next up there's going to be another non-optional mini-boss. I think his name is Joseph the Drunkard. There are a lot of guys surrounding him, so make sure to kill them all You can run away and get a death blow on Josu. There is also an NPC character that will help you or aid you in your fight. So there's gonna be a few guys here. Make sure to kill them before you confront Josu. In your first playthrough, you're probably gonna die to him a few times because he's pretty aggressive and he does a lot of damage and he has a lot of reach. He's a huge guy. So make sure to take out the small enemies first. You can easily break the shield of the other guys with the prosthetic axe. So you can bait him into the different location. So kill the archer. Watch out for Josu. He's pretty fast for a guy his size. So use the axe to immediately death blow the shielded guys. So right now it's only you and Josu. He mostly does 2-hit combos, so you can easily run in a circle, wait for him to do his attack combination. It's mostly 2 or 3 hits, and then hit him once or twice and repeat the pattern. So once, twice, use a prosthetic tool or use a combat art. When he drinks, you can hit him a few times. I prefer to use the mortal draw to do lots of damage, and he got me here. And look at this, at least 70% damage with a grab attack. Obviously in your first playthrough at this area, you probably don't have many gold seeds, you don't have a pretty high attack power number. So you can be greedy, you can be aggressive, but watch out, he can easily kill you with few hits. So he's gonna hit me once and twice with the sword. Use a combat art. Repeat the pattern, and if you have trouble, you can talk to the NPC and he will help you. I really didn't want to do that, so yeah. So he managed to kill me with 2 hits because I was very greedy, but that's okay. So I tried to have fun with this boss battle by using the Tanto and, you know, attacking him a few times with the Phantom Kunai to do a little bit of damage. before killing him. So yeah, when he drinks his poison, you can attack him a few times. After you avoid his grab attack, you can also attack him a few times. But you have to be pretty careful, because he can kill you with 2 hits. So yeah. So that's the end of Joseph the Drunkard. If you defeated him in your first playthrough, there is the NPC after I did all the work. So that's pretty funny. So if you kill Jozo, you're pretty much ready for the last boss in this area. Make sure to talk to the NPC nearby. I think she's gonna give you, or he's gonna give you snap seeds. I don't know if it's a he or she. There's always an enemy near the door. Make sure to kill him. So before advancing, you will always need the key that you will get from Owl. If you don't have the key, you can't get to the final boss. The hidden temple key. So Lady Butterfly has one giant weakness. All you have to do is dodge to the left or dodge to the right and attack her once. Dodge to the right, attack her once. Dodge to the left, attack her once. When she's in the air, use your shuriken to pull her down. So, as you can see, it's pretty easy. Dodge to the right or dodge to the left, attack her once. Repeat the pattern, and she should be pretty easy. If you engage with her in a sword fight, you need to deflect a lot of times, and she can be pretty annoying with her attacks. So yeah. So yeah, dodge to the right, dodge to the left, attack her once, don't become greedy, and she should be easy. But unfortunately that's not the end of her. She's gonna appear again, and she's gonna summon little soldiers. You can dispel them with a snap seed. So she's always gonna jump from, this spot. So yeah, she summoned her, your soldiers, and you can easily get rid of them with a snap seed. She also releases the butterflies from the Phantom Kunai, and even if you block that, it still takes damage. Same strategy, dodge to the left, dodge to the right, attack her once or twice, and if you don't go for the perfection ending, Lady Butterfly is pretty optional. You don't have to fight her, I think. So that's the good news. always when I dodge to the right or dodge to the left, she's gonna be an attack animation. And I don't know what the hell happened here. So she summoned her soldiers again. You can easily get rid of them with the snap seed. So that's the good news. The shuriken is obviously the most useful prosthetic tool here, because you can easily, you know, attack her from the air. When she's in the air, you can easily use the shuriken, so. Two health bars should be manageable in the first playthrough. And that's the end of Lady Butterfly.
お前さどうやらみんな小さに物質コマンド方で行きそうな。ではまた。
オオカミ殿、かつてアストロスはあら、いた。足、命が卒業原因その。
So yeah, you can give some sake to Emma or to the sculpture to get additional dialogue. They're mostly going to talk about their past and about other characters. So, but as of right now, we're going to go to the Guardian Ape. If you want to go to the Guardian Ape, you have to go through the gun fort. It's a sunken valley gun fort. It's a pretty annoying area because, you know, the enemies, they have supervision. You know, if you're 100 feet away from them, they can still hit you. I got poisoned here, so this can be pretty annoying, but you need to be fast if you want to get to the next area. So yeah, make sure to equip a lot of healing items. So I was poisoned and had to use an anti-powder or something. So this is gun fort. It's pretty wild here, pretty crazy. There's a mini boss here, Snake Eyes. You don't have to kill her, it's pretty optional. So yeah, be careful here. It's pretty wild. And yeah. So yeah, look at this. They have supervision, and if you don't block or don't dodge to the right time, they can easily kill you. So this is probably the most annoying area in the game, but once you get through it, you don't have to do it again, because you can simply travel from a sculpture idol. This is also a farming location, because you can kill, there is an enemy here that is always on his back, and you can easily kill him and get a lot of experience. So next there's gonna be a mini boss, the centipede giraffe. My first playthrough I was pretty aggressive and he killed me. He's pretty aggressive, so there's a way to easily get rid of him. You need to watch out for your posture. So you can use a sugar to increase your posture resistance, the Goken sugar. You can, if he does his attack combo, you can easily spam the block button. And at the end he's gonna do an unblockable attack. All you have to do is jump, hit him once or twice, repeat the pattern. He's gonna do an unblockable attack, jump up, attack him once or twice, deflect his attacks. Repeat the process. Should be pretty easy. Be patient, wait for him to attack. Don't get greedy, be patient, so you can easily deflect his attacks. He got me, didn't jump, so that was my fault. It's not that hard once you figure out his moveset and what to do. I don't think you have to fight these guys. You can easily proceed to the next area. So you can only get the Gun Fort Shrine Key if you defeat Genichiro and talk to Kuro. So next we're gonna have the Great Serpent. And she managed to kill me somehow. Pretty surprising, but you know, I died. I was supposed to jump into the water. Didn't do that. She killed me. It is what it is. But we have one up our sleeve, since we defeated the corrupted monk. We have the diving breathing technique, so we're gonna be using that, and we got Unseen 8, which is pretty cool. So I don't know the timing with the Great Serpent, so he killed me again. So we're gonna be diving, and if you dive, the snake or the Great Serpent has no chance to bite you or to hit you. Be careful, they are aggressive, you know, carps or fish. Make sure to kill them. There are a few items underwater. If you have the diving technique, you can get a coin purse, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, the snake doesn't know where you are. You can easily proceed to the next area. You have to be fast, otherwise he will bite you and kill you. So we're gonna make our way to the Guardian Ape. So we're gonna be facing against the Guardian Ape, in my opinion one of the most funniest, unique boss battle in the entire game. Pretty unpredictable. You know, I wouldn't imagine fighting against a giant ape. So the most useful prosthetic tool are the firecrackers. You can also use oil and the flame vent on him to do decent damage. He's pretty relentless and pretty aggressive, so yeah. Throw oil at him and wait for an opening to use the flame vent. If you are far away, he's gonna throw something at you, and that does a lot of damage if you don't block it, and even if you block it, he's gonna do a little bit of poison to you. So there you go, he's burning. You can actually attack him while he's, you know, getting burned. I didn't do that, so that was my mistake. But yeah, pretty fun, pretty cool boss battle. Your biggest advantage, every hit is a guaranteed hit. He can't block. You can stun him with the firecrackers. You can, you know, throw oil at him and burn him with a flame vent. Your biggest disadvantage, he has a lot of reach. You know, he's a huge enemy. You know, it's completely useless to jump away from him because he can easily hit you from, you know, far away. This is, you know, extremely unpredictable. After you take 50% off his health, he's gonna, you know, chase you and try to grab you. You can easily exploit that and attack him a few times if you avoid the grab attack. So yeah, I'm making use of the oil and the flame vent. I have a tendency to not block with enemies that don't have weapons or don't have swords or spears. So with the Blazing Bull, with the Guardian Ape, you know, I don't block, I just run in a circle and try to hit them after they finish their attack combo. So yeah, the most useful prosthetic tools, like I said, the firecrackers and the flame vent. You can use the other ones. Depends on your playstyle. So here, he's gonna chase you and try to do the grab attack that does a lot of damage, but if you run away from him, it's pretty easy to avoid. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait for him to chase me. He's gonna throw a rock at me. I can easily block that. So I'm waiting for him to chase me so he can use his grab attack. Then that was pretty close. Didn't want to attack him because it was very close. So we're gonna repeat the pattern, run away from him. He does his grab attack, dodge it, attack him a few times, repeat the pattern. So yeah, if you're far away, he's always gonna throw that rock. If you are mid-range from him, he's always gonna chase you and try to grab you, which you can easily, avoid. But once he lands a hit on you, he does a lot of damage. Be careful about your posture, you can easily break it. So he's gonna chase me, wants to do his grab attack. Avoid that, attack him a few times. Do that till you get a death blow. So you're gonna behead the Guardian Ape. My first playthrough I thought, oh, cool boss battle, but obviously that's not the end. You're gonna be in it for a huge surprise. I was extremely surprised, extremely had that wow effect after he got up. So this is gonna be a headless Guardian Ape, and his moveset is extremely limited, but he has a scream attack where he can instantly kill you with terror. There we go. I think you need to use pacifying agent so you can tank that scream, but it still does decent damage to you. He has one opening, or actually two openings. The first opening is he's gonna dive towards you. You can easily jump that and get a few hits in. If you deflect this attack, he's gonna do a giant sword slash. If you deflect that, he's gonna fall to the ground, and you can use the spear or you can attack him a few times. So you can use the mortal blade, you can use the spear. You have options. Just make sure not to be inside that scream. He can easily kill you with that. So when he dives towards you, jump up, get a few hits, jump, hit him a few times. Repeat the pattern, repeat the process, and you can easily get through the headless Guardian Ape without getting hit. The mortal draw is very useful here because it does a lot of damage. But after the second hit, you'll be completely defenseless and you can get hit. So when he does his diving sword attack, you can easily jump over that and get a few good hits, and this is what I'm doing. So I try to use the roll and slash to, you know, be diverse. It's looking good for me. I have 3 healing gourds and I have a lot of, you know, I have 2 spirit emblems. Just need to be careful about my posture. Other than that, you know, repeat the process with jumping up and hitting him a few times. If you want to play it safe, you can obviously hit him once after he does his diving attack animation. Most importantly, don't be in that position where he screams, where he can instantly kill you. Other than that, his moveset is extremely limited. You can deflect his attacks, so he's also very slow compared to the Guardian Ape with his head on. So I'm obviously being non-aggressive, you know, trying to cheese him, trying to run away. That was a unique scream if you perfectly deflect one of his attacks. He jumps in the air and tries to do an unblockable attack, which is pretty easy to avoid. Other than that, I'm gonna stick to my strategy. Only hit him a few times. But yeah, he has a lot of reach, be careful about that, and he killed me here because I was pretty greedy and pretty, you know, not blocking or deflecting. And that's the end of the Headless Guardian Ape. Pretty unique, pretty cool boss battle. If you face him before the Corrupted Monk, I think you have to fight him again before you can advance to Meebo Village, so yeah. You get a lot of experience points and you get a memory to increase your attack power, so that's pretty cool. So after you defeated the Corrupted Monk and you defeated the Guardian Ape, you have to pick up the 2 flower items, the Lotus of the Palace and I think the Sakura flower, and you have to make your way back to Ashina Castle. Ashina Castle is getting invaded by the Ministry with a unique character that you will have to fight, or you will have to side with. So you have to make a decision. So if you choose to side with the owl, you're gonna get the bad ending, which I'm gonna show to you later in the game or in my video. Mostly I think you're gonna have to side against him and you're gonna have to fight him. So the sculpture idols are not available, only one of them, so you have to commute with them. And yeah. So yeah, you can ignore most enemies, but this is actually really a fun part of the game, where two types of enemies are fighting each other and you can enjoy it and watch it from the back. You have to dive here in order to proceed to the next area, because like I said, the idols are not available. He looked like a dolphin when he did that. By killing those shinobis and killing those enemies, you're gonna get a lot of experience points, but it's not that easy. You have to deflect a lot and they have a lot of HP. You can get inside Ashina Castle to commute with the sculpture idols. You don't need to do that, you can just proceed to the main tower, the upper tower of the castle. Because there is so much going on here, it can become a little bit laggy in this area, because there are different mini bosses, there are multiple enemies here. But like I said, you don't have to fight them. You can just proceed to the upper tower of the castle. Yeah, it's a little bit laggy. So there is your adopted father, or your mentor, Owl. He will talk with you a little bit. You can't attack him from behind here. And you will have to make a decision, either to side with him and forsake Kuro, or side against him. If you side with him, you're gonna get the bad ending and you're gonna have to fight 2 unique boss battles. But we're gonna break the Iron Code and stay loyal to Kuro, and we're gonna have to fight Owl. So, your father has 2 health bars, and he's extremely aggressive, and if he hits you, he does a lot of damage and he can easily break your posture. His biggest opening is when he throws 2 shurikens, then he's gonna do a rolling sword slash. You can easily jump to the right or jump to the left and attack him once or twice. Occasionally he's gonna throw a green ball. If that hits you, if the smoke hits you, you can't heal for I think 60 or 90 seconds. Don't be intimidated by him, obviously, because terror-wise he's your father. He's a huge boss. He has a lot of reach. But you have options. You can use the Motor Blade. You can use the Whirlwind Slash. Do not use thrust attacks. Do not use the Shadow Rush against him. He will Mikiri counter that and he will perform a death blow on you. You have to get used to his attacks. So So after he runs towards you and does that sword slash, he's mostly gonna throw the green ball. You can attack him, but you will get hit by that smoke, or you can run away from him. So yeah, like I said, the biggest opening is when he throws 2 shurikens and performs the rolling sword slash. You can easily jump to the left or to the right. When he jumps on you with a kick, he's gonna roll back and he's gonna throw shurikens. Be sure to deflect these or block these. His posture recover is extremely, he quickly recovers his posture, so make sure to take at least 40-50% of his health. So yeah, if you don't deflect, he most likely will break your posture. And if your posture is broken, he's going to perform a death blow on you. You can also use the Ishimunji here. It will recover your posture and it will still do damage even if he blocks that. Very rarely he's gonna do a giant combo. He will end that combo with a shoulder tackle, then he will throw firecrackers at you and will do a huge sword slash. If he hits you with that, I think he can take at least 90% of your health. So make sure to avoid that. Not many prosthetic tools work against him. Obviously the firecrackers can stun him for a second or two, but he doesn't have a weakness. So this is going to be one of the longest boss battles if you are playing it a little bit defensively. The whirlwind slash is pretty effective. You will get 2 guaranteed hits if you have an opening. So yeah, I'm just waiting for him to throw 2 shurikens and the rolling sword slash. Attack him with a combat art. We'll get the job done. Always make sure to block. He has insane reach, and when he hits you, he will take most of your health. So don't be intimidated, but play it a little bit defensively against him. In his second phase, they are going to be, I think, only one change. He's going to throw poison instead of a shuriken. Other than that, the boss battle is still the same. And occasionally he's gonna stomp the ground, so you will get interrupted by the smoke, and he wants to hit you cheaply from behind or from the side. Your biggest advantage in this boss battle is he doesn't have an unblockable attack. Your biggest disadvantage is he's very strong, he has a lot of HP, his posture recovers quickly, but it's doable. My first playthrough I died to him a few times because I was greedy and aggressive, but it is what it is. So he has a tendency, sometimes to just slowly walk towards you. He can be a little bit unpredictable, but wait for him to throw the 2 shurikens, do the combat art, or attack him once or twice. We'll get the job done. I'm not even worrying about his posture. The moment he's gonna land, just dodge to the right or dodge to the left and attack him once or twice. We'll get the job done. I'm doing this now for the whole boss, and it works. Make sure not to be stuck in front of the doors, because he will, you know, be a little bit aggressive, and it will be hard to, you know, with the camera, you know, be flexible, and make sure you watch your posture. Being in the middle is probably the safest option. So yeah, I keep, you know, repeating the process of just running around in a circle, blocking his, you know, main attacks and waiting for him to throw 2 shurikens and to attack him with a combat art. This is mostly my strategy. You can also use red sugars or blue sugars for your defense, or use the divine confetti to do additional damage, but I don't think that's necessary. So yeah, like I said, this boss battle will take a few minutes. He managed to, you know, hit me with a green smoke ball, but that's okay. We almost got him. So yeah, he has a giant sword. He's a huge boss and he has a lot of reach, so when he already hit you with the smoke ball, he becomes much more aggressive and does multiple combos. We almost got him. Obviously, story-wise, this is pretty huge, since Owl is your father. So, you know, this was a very interesting boss. And that's the end, presumably, of the Great Shinobi of Owl. That's my boy. So after you defeat Owl, you will get a quest from, well, with Emma, where at the end of the quest she will give you a bell charm and you have to go back to Hirata Estate. I will do that later in my video. But if you killed Owl or sided against him, you're going to be entering a new area in the game called the Fountainhead Palace. If you side with the Owl, then a large portion of the game is not available because the game ends after you defeat the boss battle of the bad ending. So be careful about which ending you choose. I would recommend getting the good endings first, whatever it is, the perfection ending, the return ending, or the normal ending. Then on your second or third playthrough you can get the bad ending. So after you defeat Owl, there's gonna be a lot of dialogue with Emma and Kuro. Be sure to sneak or sneak behind the door to listen to what Emma and Kuro have to say. I think at one point you have to talk to Emma again at the old grave and at the depleted temple to get the bell charm, so you can go back to Hirata Estate. So, if you want to go to Fountainhead Palace, you have to go to the Miwo village, to the wedding cave, and then you will be at the last stage of the game. I think the Fountainhead Palace is easily the best looking and the coolest stage of the game, but you know, that's preference. Really cool music, or the soundtrack, and unique enemies, so there's that. So your main objective is to obtain the dragon tears. Like I said, you need to go to the Mibo village, to the wedding cave where you fought the corrupted monk. And from there you will be, I think, transported to the Fountainhead Palace. Additionally, you can unlock the other sculpture idols, or defeat the other mini bosses. Take your time with the game, or you can rush, to Fountainhead Palace. It's literally up to you. So I think Emma will be at the old grave. It's here nearby Ashina Castle. Make sure to talk to her, then she will be with the sculpture. You have to eavesdrop and then talk to her, and she will give you the bell charm. So yeah, that's how you get the bell charm in order to access Hirata Estate. You have to defeat Lady Butterfly in order to access the new Hirata Estate version. If you defeat the last boss at Fountainhead Palace, I don't think you can fight the last boss at the newer version at Hirata Estate. So, you have to do a lot of organizing and time it really well. But that's up to you how you want to progress with the story.
武士、
いいえ、人が
いずれ、それを、な、
とも竜、
人、竜、だ、
はい、私そしど、
なに、おし、な、み、
これを、
これを、
黒それ、どうでしょうか、狼。
So Emma will give you your father's bell charm, offer it, and you will pray, and you will have access to Hirata Estate to relive the memory from your father's perspective. So at the beginning, you're gonna have to fight the lone, the swordsman that was also at Ashina Castle. He has dogs with him. If you fight him inside, he can keep calling dogs after whistling. You can lure him outside and, get the job done. So lure him outside, attack him from behind. I don't think there is a way to get a death blow on him. So yeah, he doesn't attack here. You can keep attacking him, he will keep blocking until you fill out his posture. can always dodge after one attack to, do some damage. So yeah, the best strategy is obviously to lure him outside the house or outside the fireplace. The dogs are not with him, he can't call dogs for backup, and mostly he will only block. And as you can see, it's pretty easy. But yeah, other enemies here, the best option will be to kill them beforehand, but that's up to you. So yeah, my biggest mistake was not to kill the other guys. So, after killing the mini-boss, you can just proceed to the next area. You can also ignore the dogs and the other enemies. There will still be another mini-boss that you have to get through. Jozo the Drunkard. But other than that, it's pretty similar to Hirata Estate. I got killed here because I was pretty careless, but it is what it is. So it's best to kill the enemies here, so you can have it, you know, pretty easy with Jozo. He's gonna be the same version from Hirata Estate. So yeah. You can bait Jozo into the water or the other shinobi to face them one-on-one, but how you proceed here is up to you. You will have it much easier, you know, because you have many gold seeds, you have a pretty high attack power. So this Jozo should be relatively easy compared to the first one, because you improved and you have different prosthetic tools and combat art skills. So yeah. So after you took care of the shinobi and the other random enemies, you can actually get a death blow on Jozo, and you know, the rest of his health should be pretty easy. So death blow him from behind to have it as easy as possible, and you know, take your time, be careful. His attacks do huge damage, but the Mortal Blade should get the job done, or you know, Shadow Rush, Whirlwind Slash. You have a lot of options here, so that's up to you. So after you take care of Jozo, you're gonna have to fight an extremely improved and overpowered owl. This boss fight is optional for the perfection ending, you don't have to do it. And I'm gonna fight him later in the video. I'm not gonna fight him right now. So yeah, I think I will get killed here purposely, I don't know. But you know, if you're not ready yet, you can fight him before fighting the last boss battle at the Fountainhead Palace. So yeah, I waited for him to use the thrust so I can Mikiri counter. So I died here. So I really didn't want to go to the owl. Gonna be facing him later. I'm just screwing around here. And I got killed. This is actually what I wanted. I communicated with a sculpture idol. So, like I said, we're gonna be fighting Owl, Father Owl, later. But as of right now, we're gonna be focusing on Fountainhead Palace to obtain the Divine Tears. Okay, so we're gonna go to the wedding cave of the Meeple village to go to the last stage of the game, the Fountainhead Palace. So yeah, you have to side against the owl, and this is where we defeated the corrupted monk. This is actually a pretty cool cutscene. At first maybe confusing, but it's really detailed, really cool, you know. How you get transported to the Fountainhead Palace. Unfortunately, I skipped the cutscene. Want to apologize for that. But you know, if you on my first playthrough, it was really well detailed, really amazing. So this is the bridge where you can enter the Fountainhead Palace. In my opinion, the most beautiful stage in the entire game. Beautiful soundtrack. So on the bridge, you're going to be facing the true corrupted monk. He has 3 health bars, but I think even after the patch, before the patch you could death blow him twice by just grapple hookling to the highest, to the main branch of the tree. They patched it, but you can still cheese him with a glitch, I think. You have to be behind the tree, and you have to fall down, and then you have to take out 1 health bar, and he will fall down. I'm gonna show it to you in the video. So here we are at Fountainhead Palace. The corrupted monk is going to appear. So log on to him. I think I'm going to fail once or twice. So hide behind this tree. You have to be really close. You know, on the cliff. Let him attack you. It's a she. Fall down. Didn't fall down. think that's too late now. So you have to do it again. Yep, we have to do it again, so we will process again. You have to be really close, like an inch, where you can fall down. I don't think that's gonna be it, but yeah. He does a lot of damage. I defeated him in my first playthrough, but in this one I really wanted to try out the cheese tactic. So you have to bait him in, and then you have to fall down yourself. There you go. So we purposely fall down, and right now he should be stuck. There we go, he's stuck against the tree. So you're gonna equip the divine confetti. You can use a red sugar. He's stuck against the tree, but he can still attack you and do lots of damage. I think you have to fill in his posture, or you have to take 1 health bar. After that he will fall down. So yeah, be careful. He's still aggressive, he still attacks you. So, gonna recover my posture and gonna use the prosthetic tools. You can use the Shadow Rush, you can use the Motor Blade. So I tried to do the thrust attack, you know, attack him once, be safe about it. So he got me here because I was pretty careless, but that's okay. He still does his attack animations, but he's still stuck against the tree. His first form is pretty easy. His second form he multiplies and vanishes. You can, I think after the patch, you can death blow him for his second phase. In his third phase, he will become much more aggressive, but pretty doable. So right now, I'm going for the aggressive approach and just going all out. So, death blow him once when he's stuck against a tree. Attack him once or twice. So this is a weird animation. He's about to fall down. Attack him once or twice. And he should be gone. You still get your immortality severed, you still get the memory, and you get lots of experience points from the true corrupted monk. So yeah, that's one way to get rid of the true corrupted monk with the cheese tactic. It's not been patched yet. I think it's gonna be patched at some point. I don't know. So yeah, this is Fountainhead Palace. I'm gonna speed up the video because I really took my time here. So these enemies that play the flute, when they, you know, when they successfully attack you, you kinda lose most of your health and your mobility will be extremely limited. And if they kill you once, I don't think you can revive again. So make sure to kill them with a death blow. So the first ones are pretty easy, but there's going to be more of them in a different area nearby. These Okami type archers and swordsmen, they're pretty weak to the Subaru. You can spam the Subaru and they will immediately die from it. So since this is my second playthrough, I have pretty good attack power and I approach him pretty much aggressively. So there's that. So yeah, the soundtrack in this area is pretty beautiful. And if you go to the water and dive, the Okami leader will throw or will kick soccer balls or football balls at you with a pretty extreme accuracy like this, and it will take most of your health. So you're not supposed to dive into the water as of right now. You can try it and you can succeed. It's not impossible, but you're supposed to explore the Fountainhead Palace. You can talk to this old lady. It's a side quest, you don't have to talk to her. So yeah, I mean, the best way to approach this whole area is, stealth. So I use the Gashin sugar and try my best. If they get you, you immediately have to go to a sculpture idol. So there's the giant cob. You can dive and try to proceed to the next area, but the Okami leader will relentlessly kick balls at you, electric balls, and even if you are behind a cave or behind an object, he will still hit you. So there's that. You can kill the Okami, normal random enemies for experience points, for coins, for money. It's up to you, really. My first playthrough, I spent a lot of time here, just appreciating the Fountainhead Palace, appreciating the soundtrack. It's a really interesting stage. There are two mini bosses here, the Shinshman warrior and a Sakura ghostly type of bull, similar to the blazing bull. Both of them are optional, you don't have to fight them, but so be careful with the Shinshman warrior because he can, terror attack you and instantly kill you, which is pretty annoying. Like I said, you don't have to kill him. The Sakura bull is actually pretty easy. All you have to do is throw firecrackers behind him and attack him once, and he will run to a wall. He will go crazy and run towards a wall, and you can immediately death blow him. You can get a death blow on the Shinshman warrior from the air. Nonetheless, he's still not that easy because he can instantly kill you. So right now we're gonna take our sweet revenge against the Okami leader. He only has one health bar and he's pretty easy to deal with. I forgot to, equip my memory from the corrupted monk. There is the Okami leader. Immediately run towards him and be relentless, attack him. Have no mercy, he's pretty easy. And that's the end of the Okami leader Shizu. After you killed him, you can jump into the water, you can dive into the water, and go through the hole where the giant carp is. Underwater here in Fountainhead Palace, there is a headless. There is also a ghost type of headless. I think there is a gold seed here or a prayer bead here. I'm not sure. So there are also lots of items here. Treasure carp scales and sugars. So you can explore, lots of things here. But the main objective is to go through the hole where the giant carp is. So yeah, disclaimer, this video is, as of right now where I'm in the Fountainhead Palace, is speeded up a little bit because I took my sweet time. There's the giant carp. You have to follow him, and I think there is a destroyed building where you can hide. There you go, from the giant carp. You can also use a gashin sugar to make it harder to getting detect. I think if he hits you once, you can die. But yeah, that's your main objective. Sekiro really looked like a dolphin when he jumps from the water into the air. So your main objective here is obviously to get the divine tears from the divine dragon. So in the next building, I think there's gonna be the old woman that you encountered very early in this area. And there is also a gold seed. I think this is the final gold seed, the 10th one. It's right here. Since this is my second playthrough, I'm probably gonna have to get something else. Yup, gonna get a divine grass. So, when there is lightning, you're on the right path to the divine dragon. There's a sculpture idol, make sure to commute with it. It's very important. There is still one place missing. It's near one sculpture idol missing. It's near a pot merchant. He sells the 2 ingredients for the final upgrades for the prosthetic tool. Lapsul something. I'm not sure. So at first I was confused, how the hell do I get to the, to the last sculpture idol that I did not found yet. So you have to go through that, out of the house, and then you have to grapple hook. And then you have to go all the way back on top of the building. Be careful, there's the Shinjiman warrior, I think, near the bottom. These archers are very easy to kill, so don't worry about them. So there is the sculpture idol, and there is also another side quest here. So you can talk to this guy, and you have to go to the pot merchant in Hirata estate. You have to buy, I think at least, you have to give him 5 treasure scales, and he will give you the truly precious bait, where you can feed it to the giant carp. Then you have to go to the place where you fought the guardian ape, and then you will find an item there. You have to come here back and give it to the guy, and I think he will give you a divine grass. I don't know if I did it, but that's the way I remember it from my first playthrough. So here there's a pot merchant, there's also a sculpture idol. I think you can buy the final part of the dragon mask, where you can exchange 5 skill points for 1 attack power. And the final 2 required ingredients: the lapis lazuli for the final upgrades for the prosthetic tool. So I always wondered who this lady is. She's sleeping, praying. I thought it was Lady Tomi, the mentor of Shinichiro. So this is the old dragons of the tree. You have to kill the white old dragons. There's gonna be a tree popping out, and you can death blow them from the air. So this is probably one of the easiest stages in the entire game. Unfortunately, I had the demon bell equipped, I don't know why, so it made things a little bit harder. So the Divine Dragon is very similar to the Fallen Scream Monkeys. It's more a puzzle related boss. He can still kill you with a few hits, but they are pretty easy to avoid. When you see a lightning near a tree, jump to that tree and use the lightning reverse technique. So yeah, I had the Demon Bell on me, I don't know why. I think I died once or twice here because of the Demon Bell, but all you have to do is jump on the tree with the lightning and use the lightning reverse attack. Okay, so that's the end of the Divine Dragon. You can obtain the Dragon Tears. If you do so, keep in mind the sculpture, he will be gone. And Ashina Castle will be invaded again by the Ministry. So a few things will change in the game. So yeah, after you defeat the Divine Dragon, you will be back at Ashina Castle. Ashina died because of injuries or because of old age, or he defended the castle from the Ministry. So right now, I think I'm gonna go. So Emma will always be with him here. You can't give her sake anymore. Understandably why. She will give you the secret passage key. This is the key to the door, or to the area where you fought Jinichiro at the beginning of the game. So I told myself I'm gonna go and get my revenge on the Great Serpent. It is required that you kill him and then have additional dialogue with Kuro and with the other divine heir in order to get, in my opinion, the best ending, the return ending. But, you know, that's up to you if you want the normal ending, if you want the Purification ending, if you want the return ending. The Purification ending is, in terms of difficulty, the hardest because you have to defeat a certain boss. The return ending, in terms of difficulty, is easy, but you need to do a lot of dialogue, you need to do a lot of small, you know, additional things. So, you're gonna be engaged with the Great Serpent again. And in this area, we're not really gonna kill him. I don't even think you can kill him here. But this is gonna be the opportunity where you can use the puppeteer ninjutsu on a monkey, so the Great Serpent snake get distracted. And you can get the dried hot Sekiro or something. You're gonna get an item that you will need. So, not much can happen to you here. Don't worry about the red kanji symbol. You can easily ignore them. I don't think there's a chance of you here dying. In a few moments, we're gonna see a scared monkey. You have to deathblow him and use the puppeteer ninjutsu on him. So, yeah. Don't be scared of the Great Serpent, you know. Just use the puppeteer ninjutsu and you will be fine. It's pretty dark in here, so in my first playthrough I was a little bit distracted. So there's a scared monkey. Use the puppeteer ninjutsu. Wait a little bit so he can distract the snake. Then you have to grapple hook and get inside the house or the building or whatever it is. Inside the temple, I think. So the snake is getting distracted. So he's gonna block the exit. There's a dried serpent Viscera. So yeah, he's gonna block the exit. You have to grapple hook your way out of the cave, which is pretty easy. And after you did this, you can use the puppeteer ninjutsu again to finally kill the Great Serpent snake. So we are essentially gonna do that. So here at the Senpu Temple, you have to use the puppeteer ninjutsu again. And then you have to go to another area, also in the Senpu Temple. You have to grapple your hook all the way to a different area where you will encounter the Great Serpent, and you have finally an opportunity to kill him. finally got rid of the demon bell. I don't know why I had it equipped. I was really confused by that, but nonetheless, use the puppeteer ninjutsu on this guy. And he will do his work. So right now you have to travel to a different area. And you have to grapple your hook to the main tree, to the biggest tree. Then you will be grapple hooked or transported to a different area where you can finally, you know, kill the great serpent. I think so. There is no opportunity for me to grapple hook here. I think I need to rest or travel to a different area and come back so I can grapple hook. So that was a missed opportunity. Should have known this, you know, that you have to rest or travel to a different area so certain dialogue or certain action will be unlocked. So there's the opportunity to use the grapple hook. And so you have to jump down here and use the grapple hook again. Be careful. The grapple hook symbol will appear pretty late when you jump down. I think there's gonna be a sculpture idol, yup, where you can commute with and save your game. So that's pretty cool. And you will finally have the chance, after several hours of playing Sekiro, to finally kill the Great Serpent. Take a look. This is gonna be an amazing death blow. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Boom. That was amazing. Look at all the blood on Sekiro. He looks like a badass. Look at him. I wish that would have been an alternative outfit. You know, him covered up with blood. That would be amazing. So yeah, that was a pretty cool moment. The huge, you know, death blow on the Great Serpent. This is pretty optional. If you want the return ending, you have to kill the Great Serpent. If you rest or if you travel to a different area, Sekiro will be clean. So I kind of like him with all the blood on his body and on his outfit. So my main objective right now is to commute with the other sculpture idol. Every time Ashina gets invaded, you have to go back. You have to go back all the way to the sculpture idols to commute with them again, so you can travel back and forth with Ashina Castle. I can understand that if they do it once, but you know, 2 times every time. You know, 2 times Ashina Castle gets invaded by the Ministry, and you have to find the idols again. But that's okay. There is a grapple hook symbol here nearby that you have to use in order to go to Ashina Reservoir, in order to go to the stage where you fought Jinichiro at the beginning of the game to fight the last boss of the game in Sekiro. Probably the hardest boss in the entire game. Maybe with the last boss at Hirata Estate. So I fell down here. I only lost like 40% of my health, yet I died, which is pretty funny. So be careful about falling down. So I'm gonna commute with the sculpture idols that I'm missing. I was surprised to get a death blow here. 2000 experience points. There are similar farming spots in the game where you can easily deathblow an enemy that gives you lots of experience. So these two are fighting each other. You don't have to worry about them. You can simply ignore them. So this is the sculpture idol where it will lead you to the final part of the game, the final boss of the game. So remember that. There's also a mini boss here. He has a spear. He's pretty annoying. He has long reach. He does a lot of damage. And the Mikiri counter is not really easy against him because there's another samurai with him. There's a way to cheese him by, you know, sitting on the tree. An Ashina Castle soldier from Jinichiro is talking to you. You can easily ignore him. So yeah. Yeah, you said that earlier, buddy. I am a shinobi. I am Sekiro. So you can pretty much ignore all of the guys here. You can kill them for money or for experience points. So there is the grappling symbol that will lead you straight to the Ashina Reservoir. I already know where the sculpture idols are, so I'm not bothered with the enemies. There's gonna be a mini-boss, a Jozo Drunkard mini-boss, but instead of poison, he uses fire. He has a blue armor that you can weaken or rip it apart with a spear. There are enemies that are surrounding him, so you have to take them out first if you want to get rid of him easily. Shigekichi of the Red God. You don't have to kill him, it's optional. Obviously, if you want to have all prayer beads, if you want to have all the statistics, you have to kill him. So there's a sculpture idol here, and this is a great farming spot, because most enemies, you can easily death blow them from behind and get several thousands of experience points. So right now I'm making my way to the area where we fought Gyobi, to another sculpture idol. There's gonna be a chained ogre here, but he's not a mini boss. If you kill him, I don't think he will get a prayer bead. He's just a normal enemy that is much easier to kill than the chained ogre that you fought at the beginning of the game. So if you commute with the sculpture idol here, you will be transported to the area where you fought Gyobi. And there's gonna be an interesting boss here, the Demon of Hatred, which is essentially the version, you know, after you kill the Divine Dragon of the sculpture. It's a pretty tough boss battle. It's pretty doable, but it's pretty tough. But there's a way to cheese him, which I'm gonna show you how. So he has to kill the ministry enemies, or the average soldiers. I don't know if they are soldiers of Ashina or if they are soldiers of the ministry, but he can easily kill them. So wait here until you get the attention of the Demon of Hatred. Make sure to block or to deflect. If he is near that tree, you have to bait him into coming towards you to the tree. So he managed to kick me off the cliff and I died, so I have to redo it, but that's okay. Alright, so we're gonna try it again. We're gonna wait till he kills all these soldiers that I hear. He already did that, so we're gonna bait him into the tree. Into this tree. So then you have to run towards the left, towards that gate. You have to wait here for a few seconds, then you have to go to the jumping spot. I don't think I succeeded here. Well, I succeeded. No, I didn't. So I have to redo it. It will take you a while. So you have to hide behind the tree. That's the most important thing you can do. Wait for him to come. Hide behind the tree. Then run towards the left, towards the gate, where you can access it. It's blocked. Then run towards the jumping location. And I realize that the Demon of Hatred destroyed the tower where you can jump on it. So unfortunately I have to rest or use the homeward idol because the Demon of Hatred destroyed the tower. So we have to redo it again, but that's okay. You know, not a problem. We have all the time in the world. Alright, so we're gonna try this for the third time. Bait him into attacking you behind the tree. He's gonna come swinging wild at you. He has a lot of reach. So run towards the closed or blocked gate. And then you have to stay here. So I reckon the Demon of Hatred is stuck and you have to make this difficult jump to climb up the tower. So this is an extremely difficult jump, but it's doable. It's best to jump from the side. You have to get the right angle. So this will take you at least, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe a half an hour. So you have to get the timing right. So here, sometimes Sekiro automatically jumps up and you can, grab the edge at the top, but sometimes he doesn't do it. You can also jump yourself, but that's, not easy as it looks. So I realized while I'm hanging at the edge, I can also use the jump button. But I didn't do that. I waited for him to automatically jump. He will do that sometimes. There we go, he did it, but I fell down because I didn't, I lost momentum. So we're gonna do it again. There we go, he automatically jumped, but I didn't capitalize on that. So the good thing is, the Demon of Hatred is stuck. You have unlimited tries to do this, and when you are at the top, this is going to be the most difficult jump. So it will look like Sekiro is walking in the air, then you have to press the jump button again, and then you have to grab the edge of that building in order to succeed. So this is not an easy task, but defeating the boss is also not really easy. It's a challenge. The Demon of Hatred, you can use the Mal Content, I think, prosthetic tool to stun him a few times. You can use the Lotus Umbrella because he uses fire as his element. He has a lot of reach, so the Demon of Hatred will definitely take you a few tries. He will definitely kill you a few times in your first playthrough, or even in your second playthrough. So I told myself, alright, let's try to cheese him, why not? So yeah, the jump here is very difficult, and when you are at the top, it's gonna be harder to succeed with the jump. But it's pretty doable if you take your time and the Demon of Hatred boss battle is optional. If you kill him, you will get a memory, and you will also get 2 lapis, the 2 ingredients that you will need for upgrading your prosthetic tools to the final one. You can get the 2 others from the pot merchant in Fountainhead Palace, and you can get 2 from the Demon of Hatred after you defeat him. So yeah, it took me a few tries, or at least 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, maybe longer, to get the jump, but I still don't know why this isn't patched. Maybe because most people that tried this didn't succeed. You know, it is what it is. So yeah, at the beginning I made the jump multiple times, but right now I'm having troubles. Alright, so we made the jump, so we're gonna try it again. You have to sprint, then it will look like Sekiro is walking on air, and at the last moment you have to press the jump button, which is not easy to do. So we're gonna try it again. Sprint. That didn't work, so we're gonna try it again. So sprint towards the edge, and then as late as possible you have to press the jump button. So that didn't work. We're gonna try it again. I kept trying until I succeeded. Obviously, it took me a while, but nonetheless. Alright, so we made the jump, finally. Be careful not to fall down. This is extremely important. Be very careful. Alright, so we made the jump. So walk towards the end of, here. The Demon of Hatred will follow you, and he will go into an attack animation and he will fall down. And that's the end of the sculpture, or the Demon of Hatred. That's one way to cheese him. You can obviously fight him head to head on. It will be a challenge, but, if you defeat him, like I said, you will get a memory, and you will get 2 lapis, something that you will need for the final upgrades of the prosthetic tools. So yeah, that was the end of Demon of Hatred. I think he is the 3rd hardest boss in the entire game. The last boss at Hirata Estate and the last boss of Sekiro are definitely harder, in my opinion, than the Demon of Hatred. So we're gonna go back to Ashina Castle. And we're gonna go to the Ashina Reservoir, where you can fight the final boss. So at this moment in the game, I was just screwing out around a little bit, just having fun. Thinking what I'm about to do next, you know, which boss should I approach or which mini boss. There's essentially only the final boss, so yeah. But in my video, next up, we're going to be facing the final boss at Hirata Estate. We are also going to be facing the final boss at the Shura, the bad ending, and finally, the final boss if you approach the good ending. Okay, so we're gonna approach the final boss. In the newer version of Hirata Estate, you're gonna be facing Owl, Father Owl again, in his prime. In my opinion, my favorite boss in the entire game, especially his second phase. He's probably the hardest boss battle with the final boss of the game. He has an unblockable attack. He will use the Shadow Rush. This is an amazing boss battle. So you need to get your Mikiri counter. Mostly he's gonna do 2 attacks, 2 giant combos. If he follows up with a shoulder tackle, he's gonna throw gunpowder. You can easily dodge to the right and hit him a few times. If he does a giant combo and ends it with an unblockable attack, you have to jump. And he pretty much reacts to what you do. If you are nearby, he is gonna do a sword slash. If you are far away, he's gonna do a whirlwind slash. If you are to his side, he's gonna attack you, you know, where you are. He's pretty slick, pretty smart. And this is an amazing boss battle. So I tried to play it defensively. When he throws gunpowder, dodge to the right, hit him a few times. He uses the Shadow Rush, so you need to get your Mikiri counter on point. So the red kanji symbol appeared, I didn't jump, so that was my mistake. So he's extremely aggressive, he does a lot of damage, he has a lot of reach. So whenever he used the Shadow Rush, Mikiri counter it and attack him once or twice. So I still had problems dodging or jumping up when he did that unblockable attack. Dodge twice to the right, hit him once, repeat the process. This is my strategy for him. He recovers his posture very quickly. You need to take at least 50% off his health. So there, he did an unblockable attack, I jumped up and he missed. So yeah, he's mostly gonna do 2 combos. If he follows up with a shoulder tackle, he's gonna throw gunpowder. You can easily avoid that. He threw gunpowder, dodge to the right or dodge to the left, attack him once or twice. If he does an unblockable attack, all you have to do is jump. And I really appreciated this boss battle. This is an amazing, like I said, really cool boss battle. Really unique. This is optional for the perfection ending. But yeah. He pretty much reacts to where you are if he does his version of Ishimunji. If you're far away, he's gonna do a different attack than when you are nearby. And his second phase is amazing. I mean, pretty amazing, you know, what he does, what he summons. So as of right now, playing it defensively. He has a lot of health, a lot of posture. If you are far away and he throws those 2 shurikens, he's not going to follow up with a rolling sword slash like the first encounter. You have to be near him so he can do that. So he almost got me with the firecrackers. So the biggest advantage in this fight that you have is if you are good with the Mikiri counter, you can do decent damage. The biggest disadvantage, if you do not time the Mikiri counter, he will kill you. He killed me here because I was not paying attention to my health bar. So yeah, I only had 3 gold seeds left. This was my first attempt in this second playthrough. By the beginning of the fight you could see that I had the option to talk to him. So only 3 gold seeds and trying out my luck. So I did a thrust attack here and I was extremely lucky that he didn't Mikiri counter it. Do not use thrust attacks or the Shadow Rush on him. He will Mikiri counter that and use a death blow on you. So yeah, mostly he's gonna do 2 combos like I said. That rolling sword slash when he's about to hit you, just dodge to the right and hit him once or twice. So I have 3 gold seeds and 3 pellets, and I think I have a rice, so... But he has a lot of health, and as you can see, barely his posture. So there, I was pretty far away from him, and he used a different attack. If I was nearby, he will have used a sword slash. So when he jumps on you and does a backflip, he's not throwing shuriken. In the second phase, he's gonna throw shuriken. So there he uses the Ishimunji. If you're far away, he's gonna do a whirlwind slash. If he throws firecrackers, he's mostly gonna follow it up with a Shadow Rush. You can easily Mikiri counter that. So yeah, if you know how to do the Mikiri counter, you can do a lot of posture damage and a little bit damage to his health, which is pretty cool. My first time I died to him a few times because, you know, he's really aggressive, he's really unique. He has a lot of reach and he does a lot of damage with 1 or 2 hits. But he's gonna use the Shadow Rush again. You can easily Mikiri counter that. When the red kanji symbol appears after he does his combo, all you have to do is jump. You don't have to jump forward, you don't have to jump to the left or to the right. Just the jump button will do the work. Make sure to watch out for your posture. He can easily break it and then perform a death blow. So he has a lot of opportunities to easily kill you. So you need to be on your guard in this boss battle. So we almost filled up his posture. You need to be, you need to be on the offense, you need to be on the defense, you need to watch out for your posture, you need to watch out for your items. You can use prosthetic tools, you can use the Divine Confetti or Red Sugars, but long term, you have to deflect his attacks, you have to do the Mikiri counter. That's the most important aspect of this fight. So he got me here because I was really careless, but that's okay. So he's gonna do the Shadow Rush again. I'm gonna Mikiri counter it and perform a death blow. And this is where the real fight starts. He's gonna summon an owl. and he will vanish, and then wherever the owl is, he will appear, from the owl, and does a huge sword slash from the air. Sometimes he will, vanish and make himself invincible. The owl is a pretty cool looking effect. So if he have his hand in the air, or if he held his hand high, he's gonna do like a phoenix attack with the owl. You can easily jump that and then perform the Mikiri counter. After that fire, phoenix owl attack, he is always gonna do the shadow rush. We can easily use the Mikiri counter. So there, all you have to do is jump, then use the Mikiri counter, hit him once or twice, repeat the process. When he vanishes, if you're playing this with headphones and he vanishes, you can run away, and then when you hear a sword slash, when he hits the ground, you can easily tell if he did that if you are playing with headphones. Other than that, the fight stays the same. So, yeah, watch out for your health, watch out for your posture. Mikiri counter didn't work here, I don't know why, but nonetheless. So jump up, use the Mikiri counter. That didn't work here, and he almost managed to kill me. You have to be on your guard all the time in this fight. So here, I was pretty careless. I only had one gold seed left, so this was all or nothing. Other than that fire attack and him making himself, invincible for a few seconds, so he vanishes and then he attacks you from the air. The owl does nothing, but this is an extremely cool moment, extremely amazing effect where he summons the owl. Cool looking version of the owl. In my opinion, this is the best boss battle in the entire game, because he reacts to what you do. You're fighting your adoptive father, and he vanishes a few times. He can do a phoenix fire attack with the owl. This is an amazing boss battle. Other than that, you can easily deflect and block most of his attacks. He almost got me there with firecrackers. So yeah, this boss battle is pretty doable. Don't be intimidated. Play it a little bit smart. Pretty doable if you know the Mikiri counter and if you can dodge to the right time. I know it's easier said than done, but it's doable. Jump up, use the Mikiri counter, attack him once or twice, repeat the process. That's the strategy for the whole boss. Like I said, amazing boss battle. One of the greatest moments here in Sekiro. Amazing detail with this boss. The owl is a great character, great villain. I really appreciated this boss in the game. sometimes after he throws the firecrackers he vanishes, so this is a little bit annoying. So there's no opening, but you know, I was hoping for the Mikiri counter to do boster damage, and after the Mikiri counter you can hit him once or twice to take a little bit of his health. So if you reach this fight and you don't have any gold seeds left, you definitely have at least one divine grass or one rice that will essentially help you with this boss battle. It's very hard, but like I said, it's doable, and you should really appreciate this boss battle. Like I said, it's not, you know, it's optional for the perfection ending. The biggest obstacle is obviously when he does the Shadow Rush. You have to get that Mikiri counter on point. So here he vanished and I couldn't hit him, but you know, I wasn't giving up. This was my first try in the second playthrough. Be positive and you can do it. So we almost got him. I didn't give up. Like I said, my first try. Jump, do the Mikiri counter, and that's the end of Owl, an amazing boss battle. So you get the Shinobi execution, you will get the item that you will need for the perfection ending, and you will get a memory and lots of experience points. So that's the end of Father Owl. So that was pretty cool. So this is a different playthrough, and I'm gonna show you what happens if you pick the bad ending. If you side with the owl, you're gonna have to fight obviously a different boss. If you side against him, you have to fight Owl. If you side with him, you have to fight, first of all, you have to fight Emma. And Emma, obviously the character that you talked to the most, she's pretty interesting. she's extremely fast, and it looks like she doesn't put much effort into her attacks. She does huge amount of damage, and she has a grab attack that it's pretty hard to avoid. You have to jump away. So I was running around in a circle, waited for her to complete her attack, animation or combo, and then hit her once or twice and repeat that process. She has a long combo that you can easily deflect, and then at the end you will push her to the side. You can attack her once or twice. Other than that, she has, I think, 2 unblockable attacks, a thrust and a sweep. It's pretty easy to avoid, but if you engage with her in a sword fight, you have to perfectly deflect those attacks. Other than that, she will take large amounts of your health. So yeah, she's not gentle, I can tell you that. She is really... you can Mikiri counter that thrust attack, and she power walks to you, so she's can be at times unpredictable because she waits. So she counter attacks sometimes, so be careful about that. So yeah, my strategy is just to run around in a circle, wait for her to, attack me, easily avoid her combos and her attack animation, then attack her once or twice and repeat that process. This is the easiest way to deal with her, in my opinion. You can use the Shadow Rush, you can use the prosthetic tools, not many are effective against her. The Spiritual Cloud, I think something from Shura is effective against her. The Shadow Rush is very effective against her. Even if she blocks, she will still take damage. And keep in mind she only has 1 health bar, so that's pretty cool. Easy to deal with her. If you engage in a sword fight with her, you have to deflect lots of her attacks, like I said. I think I was mostly waiting for her to do her thrust attack, so I can easily attack her from the side or from behind. So yeah, I took my sweet time with this boss battle. There she did a thrust attack, I attacked her from the side. It's pretty cheesy, pretty cheap, but I just wanted to get through Emma without sacrificing gold seeds or spirit emblems. You will need every spirit emblem for the next boss, I can tell you that. So running around in a circle most of the time definitely looks silly. But, you know, it is what it is. I take every opportunity. So yeah, at this moment I equip the Spiritual Cloud combat art. Even if she blocks, you still do decent amount of damage. So yeah, I blocked her attacks and she does huge amount of posture damage, so watch out for that.
Shura 野放しにはできぬ。
So when she does that combo, you can easily deflect it and push it to the side and use a combat art skill. We almost got her. It's really sad when you perform the death blow on her. Really sad. She's a really cool character. So got the death blow on her. Ugh, that looks brutal. Sorry, Emma. So that's the Shinobi execution. And unfortunately, that's not the end. You're going to be facing a much tougher boss battle. You're going to be facing Ishin Ashina. So I used the Divine Confetti, and the Shadow Rush is extremely effective against him. You will launch in the air and you can get a few hits on him. The problem with Ishin Ashina, if you engage with him in a sword fight, he will counter attack a lot. And when he hits you once or twice, he does a lot of damage. He barely put effort into his attack and he took like 40% of my health, or 50%. Which is ridiculous, but you know, this is Ishin we're talking about. The Divine Confetti, you can use a red sugar. When you run away from him, he can dash towards you, he can use the umbrella with the projected force, which will do wonders in this fight. He's pretty hard to avoid because he can easily, you know, as you can see, easily hit you. He almost killed me here. And he did. I was pretty careless and he managed to kill me here. So I'm gonna stick to the umbrella with the projected force. So running around in a circle, waiting for him to sprint or dash towards me, then use the projected force with the umbrella. You can also use the Shadow Rush, but it will consume spirit emblems because he will launch in the air and then you can attack him a few times from the air. He's pretty hard to predict because he just walks towards you. He managed to grab me here and do a unique combat grab, whatever. So yeah, you have to be very cautious here. You know, he's just walking and he's very hard to predict. Very, very hard to predict. Like Owl, he's also a very cool boss battle. So there, I did a lot of damage with the Shadow Rush ability. I think one more hit and that's gonna be the end of his first health bar. The Tanto is very helpful here. So we're gonna perform the death blow. And here he's gonna charge up and does a combat skill named One Mind. You can easily block every attack with the umbrella. Just be patient with the umbrella, then use the projected force. That's the best way to do it. The problem here, he can launch fire attacks with his sword. And if he hits you once, you will be burnt. So that's pretty annoying. So watch out for that. You can still use the Shadow Rush, even if you don't have Spirit Emblems. There's not much you can do against it. He managed to burn me here, but that's fine. So he killed me here. I still have a revive. So yeah, when he charges up, he's gonna do the One Mind. There we go. Stand in a non-fiery element, use the umbrella, then use the projected force. Unfortunately, in a few moments I will not have any kind of spirit emblems, so by using the Tanto you will gain 5 spirit emblems, so sacrificing half of your health. So I would say this boss battle is not as hard compared to Father Owl and compared to the final boss of the good ending. You know, it's preference at the end of the day, but this is just my thoughts and my opinion. So he's charging up, use the umbrella. You can block every attack, then use the projected force. The good thing, or the beautiful thing with the umbrella, it only costs 1 spirit emblem. So you can use it like 25 times. I think 35 times with every Tanto use. So that's pretty cool. So keep using the Shadow Rush. There's not much you can do against it. So I have no more spirit emblems. I think I have 2 left. And I have to be cautious and pretty careful here. So I use the Shadow Rush. I have no more spirit emblems. So I have to be lucky here, or deflect perfectly, or jump at the right time. He almost got me there, but I got away in time. Use the Divine Confetti and keep using the Shadow Rush. If you use the Shadow Rush and hit him successfully, he will get stunned by that for like 1 second. When he's gonna kick the ground, he's always gonna do a fire launcher, some sort of type of attack. So he managed to hit me here, but he didn't burn me, so I was lucky here. So I had the rice, and I have the divine grass. And I think I had a Josu statue, so I used that. You know, I was conserve, you know, my statues and my divine grass items and other healing items like the sweet rice ball and the fine snow and the rice. So be careful about him kicking the ground and doing all of these elemental attacks. So he's gonna do the one mind combat art again. I managed to dodge away in time, so keep using the Shadow Rush. This time he can kill me. I have 1 revive left, and I have, you know, a Divine Confetti and a few sugars, like the Alco red sugar, to do additional damage. I don't think I used it, I just stick with the Divine Confetti. One more hit, that's gonna be the end of Ishin Ashina. So that's the end of the final boss at the Shura ending, at the bad ending. So after killing him, we're gonna see the Shura ending, the bad one, the bad ending. Pretty cool boss battle, but you know, mostly you're gonna side against Owl and you're gonna pick the good ending. So there's the achievement, Man Without Equal, and there's the memory from Ishin Ashina, and you also get his combat art skill, One Mind. Okay, that was the Shura ending. That was a different playthrough, like I said, just to experience and see the boss battle of the Shura ending. The final boss, Emma and Ishin Ashina. So we defeated Owl at Hirata Estate. We defeated Emma, the Gentle Blade, and Ishin Ashina. So right now we're gonna be facing the final boss of the good ending at Ashina Reservoir. So you can easily ignore the 7 Ashina spears, you don't have to fight them in order to proceed to the final boss of the game. So this is the area where you first fought Jinichiro at the beginning of the game, where you chopped off your arm. Luckily, there's a sculpture idol here, so you can always save here. So that's the good news. So get your healing items ready. Your Tanto, you can gain 5 additional spirit emblems for sacrificing half of your HP. The umbrella is extremely useful here, which I'm going to use. You can also use the divine confetti here to do additional damage. Surprise, surprise, is Jinichiro again, and at this stage I really thought he was a joke. You know, we beat him 2 times in this playthrough, and I have to say I was extremely sloppy at the beginning by fighting Jinichiro. I wasted a lot of healing gourds. I could have easily let myself, you know, get killed and then have another go at it, but I didn't give up. So yeah, he managed to get me with a modal black blade. He killed me once. Again, I apologize for being so sloppy. You know, I was just worrying about my health, and he managed to kill me once and getting a few good hits on me. But like I said, I didn't give up, and I still trusted in my gameplay abilities. So in this stage, in my opinion, he's a joke. He only has 1 health bar. He's very aggressive, and you can easily deflect most of his attacks to fill up his posture with the Mikiri counter, or with deflecting perfectly. So after that long combo, he's gonna do a thrust, where you can use the Mikiri counter. When he charges up his attack, he's gonna do the modal draw with his black modal blade. You have the red modal blade, and the black modal blade, you can actually sacrifice yourself, and you can bring somebody from the past. So we almost got him. Focus on his posture, don't focus on his HP. You can easily fill up his posture. So I was being careful right now. You know, I wasted least 4 gold seeds. So, wanted to be careful. And that's the end of Shura Ashina. He's gonna sacrifice himself, and he's gonna summon Isshin Ashina in his prime. In my opinion, the hardest boss battle with Owl. Depends on your preference, if he's the hardest or if Owl at Hirata Estate is the hardest. So, in his first phase, I just ran around in a circle, waited for him to do his combo, just like Emma, attack him once or twice, repeat the process. If you engage with him, he will counter attack a lot, and he will do thrusts and sweeps that are very hard to deflect. There, you know, he did an attack, I just waited for him, just baited him into an attack. When he runs to the right or to the side, he's mostly going to do a 3-hit combo. After that you can easily hit him once or twice. I will only hit him once. You can hit him twice or 3 times if you're confident. So... you can also charge up his sword, and he does a Dragon Flash combat skill. Pretty cool looking. So yeah, I was very cautious, very careful with the stage. If he runs to the right or to the side, like I said, he's gonna do a 3-hit combo. You can attack him afterwards once or twice. So this is my strategy for the first phase of Isshin the Sword Saint. Playing it safely, running around in a circle, waiting for him to finish his combo, and then attack him once or twice, similar to Emma in the Shura ending. So yeah, I mostly focus on his health bar, not his posture, because of the, run and hit attack, run and hit tactic, running around in a circle. I'm waiting for him to finish his combo, then attack him once or twice. So this is just the first phase, we're just getting started with the fight. So in his second phase, he's gonna be extremely aggressive, probably the hardest part of this fight. He's gonna pull out a spear, and he also has access to a gun, where he can shoot you 3 or 4 times. 4 times. He also does a jumping spear splash. Can easily block that with the umbrella and use the projected force. When he does his spear splash, jumping spear slash attack, he can also dodge forward, but you have to do it at the right time. The moment he's about to hit you, dodge forward and you can easily avoid it. He has a lot of reach, a lot of range with the spear, and he's extremely aggressive, extremely relentless. If he manages to hit you with a bullet, you will become stunned or paralyzed and he will do a huge combo on you. So I kept, running around in a circle, waiting for him to use the jumping spear attack, then use the umbrella with the projected force. This is an extremely safe strategy in my opinion. So yeah, if you reach this boss battle, you definitely need at least a sweet rice, ball, rice, fine snow, or at least 1 divine grass. I think that's, a requirement on your first playthrough. Here on my second playthrough, I was extremely sloppy with Shura, wasted lots of healing gourds, so that was my fault. So yeah, kept using the umbrella with a projected force. Also be careful not to fall off the cliff. If you run around in a circle, it happened to me on my first playthrough. I fall off, the cliff and took like 50% of my health. He's extremely aggressive. Probably this one is the hardest boss battle with Owl. So this stage is extremely hard because you have to get used to it. He's extremely relentless. If you die to him right now, you have to start the fight all over again with Shura, which can be annoying, especially if this is your first playthrough. Here I wasn't careful and he managed to take like 80% of my health. So I still had 14 spirit emblems with the Tanto, so I kept using the umbrella after he does his jumping spear attack to use the projected force skill. Sometimes when he's, near the flowers, it's pretty hard to predict what he's gonna do next. So that was a problem in my first playthrough. I think I died to him 13 times in my first playthrough. A few times to Shura because I wasn't cautious with deflecting. Then I died to Ishin a few times, mostly in the second phase. If you manage to do the Mikiri counter in the second phase, you do a lot of posture damage, but it's very hard to do. So I'm not even trying to heal because he can easily reach me with that spear. Need to be far away from him. need to recover my posture and watch out for his gun and long-ranged spear attacks. I also had one revive, so if he kills me, that's fine. But the problem is, you need to manage your posture here. This is extremely important. And since I'm low on health, it doesn't recover quickly, so... yeah, this boss fight is extremely hard. Everything needs to be perfect, you know. I messed up at the beginning, but I didn't give up, and I think right now I'm doing a good job. So I switched to my other healing items, like the Fine Snow and the Rice Ball and the Divine Grass. He managed to hit me with the gun, and I was stunned for a few seconds there. Kept using the umbrella with the projectile force. One more hit and that's gonna be the end of the second phase. So that's the end of the second phase. In his third phase, everything is gonna stay the same, but he's gonna do a lightning attack. He killed me here, that's fine. Similar to Shura, when you fight him at Ashina Castle, he's gonna jump in the air and does a lightning attack to you. You need to wait at least 1 or 2 seconds. So here, I thought he was gonna do an average, normal jumping spear attack. He tricked me. And he did lightning attack. You can do the lightning reverse technique, but that's not easy here. And if you screw up, he will easily kill you. So I, kept using the umbrella with the projected force since I had the Tanto. So the umbrella is extremely useful here. It only cost 1 spirit emblem. You can also dodge forward when he does his jumping spear attack, but you have to time it right and you have to dash or dodge forward the moment he's gonna hit you. So that's not very easy. It sounds easier. In the heat of the moment right now, maybe your hands are shaking, maybe you are tired. This is an extremely challenging boss battle. Obviously, this is the last boss battle of Sekiro. So I have no more spirit emblems, and I have to rely on dodging forward whenever he does his jumping spear attack. There we go, did it once. So I still have the sweet rice ball, and I think I have other healing items, so I'm good when it comes down to my health. But he's still extremely aggressive, and he can still use his lightning attacks. However, if you run away from him, he's very much limited to using his gun and only using his jumping spear attack. He managed to get me here. I was very lucky here. I dodged at the wrong time and he got like 80% of my health. There's also a rock here and a bridge here where you can easily get stuck. And if he hits you with one of those bullets from his gun, you get stunned and he can easily kill you in a few seconds. So yeah, I kept using the same strategy, running around in a circle, waiting for him to do the jumping spear attack, dodge forward at the right time, hit him once or twice, repeat the process. So yeah, I didn't give up, even though I started very sloppy with Shura. You know, kept using my strategy. You have to be on point in this boss battle. You have to get everything right. If you mess up, that's okay, but, you know, dying to this boss battle can be frustrating, because you have to fight all over again. You have to start all over again with Shura. So, don't give up. Be positive, and this is pretty much doable. So at this point, I almost got killed by him. Nonetheless, I didn't give up. You know, still used my strategy to jump forward whenever he does that spear attack, jumping spear attack. So don't give up. Be positive. You can do it. So obviously this takes a long time if you use this strategy of running around in a circle, but this is a pretty reliable strategy to get through Sword Saint Ishin, or to get through other boss battles. This doesn't work with Owl at Hirata Estate, but it works here with Ishin. One more hit, and that's gonna be the end of Ishin the Sword Saint. So, the following death blow that you're gonna perform, I think it's a Japanese execution ritual where you execute the enemy at the back of the head. So, he's gonna take it like a man, and you're gonna perform a final death blow on him. And that's the end of Ishin the Sword Saint. So you're gonna execute him with the Mortal Blade. Rest in peace, Ishin. And that's the end of the game. I already got the Purification ending, and I already got the Shura ending, and I already got the Return ending. So you have to go to Kuro, and as you can see, I can do the Purification ending or to give him the Dragon Tears. I think I'm gonna go with the Purification ending since I didn't do that in my other playthroughs. So I actually achieved all 4 endings. The Shura ending, the normal ending, the Purification ending, and also, in my opinion, the best ending, the Return ending. So yeah, this is the Purification ending.
最後の節を成敗いたす。人として生きてくだされ。
行かれるのですね。
はい。私も人として懸命に生き、そして死のうと思います。我が忍びがそうしてくれたように。エマ殿にもお世話になりました。
And that's the end of Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. So it says start playthrough 3, but I already recorded another playthrough with the Shura ending, which I showed you earlier on. So in a few seconds I'm gonna give my thoughts and impressions of the game. And in a few minutes, I'm going to show you a great farming spot where you can earn several thousands of experience points, and I'm going to show you that I got the final achievement of the game. You know, I unlocked all endings, I beat every mini-boss, every boss battle, I got all the skills, and I got every achievement, which I'm going to show you in a few minutes. So yeah, I mean, Sekiro, fantastic game. It's obviously not everybody cup of tea. It's a very challenging game. I actually like it that they are still, as of today, very challenging game. In my first playthrough, there were a few moments where I really was angry at certain bosses, like the lone swordsman, you know, the shaky camera with the blazing bull. I had a lot of fun. I loved the owl fight at Hirata Estate. Amazing boss battle, especially where he summoned the blue owl. Jinichiro was a challenge. He was a flawed character in my opinion. When Ashina Castle was invaded, you know, when Owl invaded Ashina Castle with the ministry, he was nowhere to be seen. Emma, also a very interesting character with the sculpture. like I said, very challenging game. I had most fun in my second and third playthrough, you know, unlocking all abilities, unlocking all the skills, or most of the skills, and then just rushing through the game, you know, getting through certain boss battles where you had a lot of problems with in your first playthrough. Getting all the skills is really time consuming. You have to invest several hours into the game for that. I recommend to start a new game, a new playthrough. After you kill each main boss, you will get several thousands of experience points. If you got all the endings, there's a great farming spot at Ashina Reservoir, which I'm going to show you in a few minutes. A few things that I did not like about the game: you were stuck with one sword, and then in the middle of the game you got the motor blade, which is also extremely limited because the combat modal draw and the empowered modal draw, they use spirit emblems. You were stuck with one outfit in the entire game. These are minor issues, if I'm being honest. Graphically, the game looked, you know, great to me. There weren't many cutscenes in the game. Other than Emma, the sculpture, and maybe Owl and Ishin, Sekiro didn't show much emotions, didn't show much personal dialogue. It was great to give sake to the sculpture, to Emma, or to Ishin to get a little bit of the backstory. Jinichiro was trained by Lady Tome. I thought that was the lady that was praying before we fought the Divine Dragon. I don't know if there will be DLC for this game. I hope that there will be DLC, but we will have to wait and see for that. The dancing dragon mask, I found it not that useful, to be honest. Trading 5 skill points for 1 attack power. You know, dying, losing half of your money and half of your experience points. So it's best to spend all your money and to use all of your experience points to get the next skill, obviously. So you need to be cautious about that. But yeah, other than that, fantastic game. Obviously very challenging, but you know, you can improve your reactions, your instincts. Like I said, you know, mostly good things about the game. Had a lot of fun with it. Very challenging, like I said, but you know, it is what it is. So next up, I'm gonna show you a great farming spot at the end of the game in Ashina Reservoir. So we are here at Ashina Reservoir. Grapple hook up. You can stealth kill that guy immediately with a death blow. He will give you, you know, a lot of experience points. You can also death blow that guy from behind. There's gonna be another guy here, which you can also death blow from behind. There's gonna be 2 guys that are walking up the stairs. You can easily death blow that guy. And the other guy, you can just spam the attack button, or you can wait to death blow him again. Next up, grapple hook. So there's gonna be a small enemy here that will alert other enemies. Make sure to kill him. There's gonna be a guy here that you can easily hide from him, or you can death blow him from behind. That's up to you how you do it. Then there's gonna be another guy where you can also death blow him from behind, but I reached 5 skill points, so I'm gonna go to the sculpture idol. By doing this method, you will easily gain several thousands of experience points and lots of money. So yeah, we're gonna go to the depleted temple since we got 5 skill points, and we're gonna unlock our final skill. So that's gonna be pretty cool to unlock everything in the game. Alright, so let's acquire the final skill. You know, as you can see, I unlocked all the other skills. So let's unlock the final skill. And the final achievement should pop up in a few seconds. There we go. Height of Technique. Acquired all skills. And next up, the Sekiro achievement. I belong to the 1.53%. So yeah, unlocked all achievements. Already said my thoughts and my impressions of the game. So my attack power is at 45. You know, Sekiro has been a blast. Amazing experience in my opinion. So yeah. Thank you guys for watching. That's gonna be the end of my full gameplay walkthrough playthrough. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.